Go talk to Mom.
Where is Izzy?
The standard, you know, the straight line, and that straight line has to be 2 points over a an established non-gradient, right? You can't have
and that line has to be protected and secured
Oh, no.
by something so that
Oh, in the
when you
Exactly.
create
So
this
they can't
instrument with lenses and mirrors and everything and stadia, you can compare it to something standard, right? That's all I'm
dude. The standard of weights and measures do not control the horizontal. They don't have it packed away in a vault somewhere. It just no.
Is there a special vial of water locked in a vault somewhere, and they calibrate all water levels to that vial of water somewhere in France?
Yes, distilled. It's got to be distilled.
Yeah. But obviously, when you've got a couple of vials on the end of a tube that have a few markings on them, and you lift one a little bit higher than the other, and one vial looks a little bit fuller than the other, obviously the water isn't level. I learnt that on Jose's the other day when listening to Babs. And I got a bone to pick with a person that told me to watch that fucking debate. What the fuck was I listening to, Bev?
I still don't know what. I mean, Babs came round earlier today, and I still don't know what his position is. I'm flummoxed. Not gonna.
I am literally perplexed when you held those two vials next to each other and adjusted the heights, and you could see the water is the same level. He's telling you they're not level.
He's telling you there's more water in one side.
It's like, what the hell? Like, so over like 10 centimeters, you had a drop of about 8 inches over 10 centimeters.
How do you actually create a straight line from point to point in our reality? A straight line, not from vial to vial and look through it.
To be honest, it's very hard actually. You tend to just be able to get to 2 points and then say these points are on a horizontal. Now, making 2 points at 6 feet, that's easy, right? Anybody can do that. Me and you get 2 6-foot sticks, could walk 50 feet, put them in the ground. But to connect them physically with a perfectly straight line, that's a very difficult task.
Yeah. Take 2 points, go 100 foot, 300 foot. Try to look through those 2 points, right?
Yeah, but you do that, and you check those measurements from day to day too, Aaron, and you can see a difference of 1 mil or 2 mil or whatever from the first day that you set them up, depending on the weather conditions, fog, haze, all this sorts of stuff that
you can. No, there won't be any millimeter change because of the weather conditions in a water level.
No,
Am I not looking from point to point, Bev?
No, I'm not talking a water level, Bev, at all. I'm talking like if you use a laser level or you're looking through some sort of optical device, you can get a slight variation. I'm not talking about a water level. A water level is always level. That won't change because of the weather conditions. It's when you're looking through an optical device or you're using a laser, for argument's sake, you can get slight variations from day to day.
Well, I don't know. I mean, have you ever used an auto laser? Because I have, and I would say that if you positioned it in the middle of a water level, then if at any point it was 2 or 3 millimeters out from one level, from one side to the other, then you'd be needing to check it, the actual auto level, because you should never use it over a distance where you can't sight and look at the measurement accurately.
Can I ask you, Bev? Let's just hypothesize a little bit. We set up a tube with water in it, a vertical tube, and then a horizontal tube that runs down the earth.
It's just like one tube. All
Yeah,
right.
well, a vertical tube with water in it, and then the horizontal tube, and let's just say 30 miles out, you put up the other vertical tube, right? And you fill one end,
No, it's
and
just one tube.
You go
You
look at
mean
the water
with
level,
both
and you
ends of
say,
it
yes,
end up.
it's equalized. But how do you verify that? How can I verify that? How can anybody verify that it is from one point to the other point and a straight line? You just can't see it.
Why did you take it to the extreme of 30 miles?
It's okay. I mean,
Well,
it's
let's say
still
10
good.
miles or 5 miles.
Okay, so the water has equalized within that tube, right? The one body of water has equalized. Now, you're asking me how
how
we
do I verify? Yeah,
can verify that the water
that it's
level
point to point straight
is
line.
is a device that establishes a horizontal
No,
plane of
point to
reference.
point straight line.
Right. It is a tool that establishes a horizontal
How do we do that
plane
though? We
of
have to look through
okay, then
something, right?
let's get a tube. You go and get your tube, right? And you start off at one end, and at every inch you put a point, right? And then move your water level a bit further and put another point, and then another point, and then another point. You join those point to point to point to point to point all the way up for 30 miles.
He's such a peach.
Are you going to say it isn't a straight line?
I said
It's a sequence of straight lines.
That's why the tool is a
I
tool
would
for
just- well, I
establishing
wanna
a
know how I would
horizontal
know it's-
plane of reference.
How I would know that?
It could because it is a tool.
Yes,
It's 2020,
water is flat,
right?
reaches its own level, I get
It is 2020 now,
Listen, sir,
right?
sir.
How many people do you know that have personally debunked the fact that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference?
What's the longest?
How many
water
people
level you've seen?
do you know that have falsified that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference? In fact,
But
how many
you're-
people
you're
do
trying
you
to draw
know
ballers
that
here.
have
This is not my
falsified
point.
the
I
law
get
of
it. Water
hydrostatics to
established
prove that water
horizontal.
can
I get
pump
it.
and support
Okay.
itself?
Now, I was just asking you, how do I verify that? How do
Well,
I
first
know
of all,
the two
okay
water
then.
levels?
First
I
of
just
all-
look at them, I
Yeah,
put up some pipes and I
Aaron.
stand
Yes,
back.
you're gonna keep talking.
Or
Or
do
do
I
you want
look
to know?
through them? Like what were you
Have-
talking about? To a
Have you
horizon?
ever
Or
heard
what do I
of
do?
falsification within the scientific method?
Oh shit.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of it?
And what-
Have
yeah.
you?
And
you-
one
okay then.
one
Well, there you
independent
go.
variable.
What you do is you go out and find someone that has falsified it.
Aaron.
Don't ask me to verify it.
One
You
independent
go out
variable
and
might be
find someone
distance.
that
Aaron, why are you
falsified it.
Aaron is
Aaron, you
wasting your
asked
time,
the
bro.
same question
I know.
5 times. You've rumpused every time.
Sorry.
If
Rex.
you won't
Okay,
accept
so
his
here, let me.
answer,
I kind of.
then you're just wasting time.
I kind of. Like me and Aaron, sometimes. So you have 2 points, right? Like now, if you have 2 points that are 6 feet above the ground, you're saying, how do I verify that these points are both 6 feet above the ground and there's no deviation between that? Is that your question?
They're not necessarily going to be 6 feet above the ground at both ends, anyhow. Depends if there's an increase or a decrease in elevation from one side to the other.
Of the ground.
Yeah.
The ground doesn't matter.
My question
Right.
actually goes to distance,
Just
right?
the
The hand and
top of the
bucket.
water.
Let's say we
Just
put-
Aaron,
falsify it, Aaron.
distance
Falsify
doesn't
it,
matter.
please. Falsify it, Aaron.
If we can establish
Who's falsified
over
it?
the
Who
distance-
has give Aaron the cause to falsify this or to ask me to verify it?
Well, I'll entertain. But the thing is, I'll entertain in the fact that if we can establish it over an inch, right, then it just becomes a matter of duplication. So in my mind, distance is not a problem because I can take a bathtub and put 2 points on either side of the bathtub and see how they're on the same level or there's no deviation. So now it's just, okay, well, we do it a bathtub. Now we can do it with any length of distance. We just have to get the water in some sort of container. So for me, distance is not a problem with establishing a straight line.
Right the hand, but my objection to that would be, how could you look through all those bathtubs? How do you do that? Do you have to use a lens,
you don't
some
need
sort
to
of
look
magnifying
through them.
lens? You have to
You
look
don't have
through
to look through
distance.
them.
Well,
You can put a water level around a corner, and that's the whole point. Since it's
no. We're
mechanical
talking about
operation-
we're talking about 3 miles of bathtubs, right? Let's say,
Yeah.
right? Where water's level, and each
Why
bathtub
don't
is
you just
leveled.
call it a lake
I get
instead
it.
of
I get it.
getting
Now,
using bathtubs?
how do you verify that
I
there is
mean, we
no
do have
curve?
lakes.
We use the first postulate of Euclidean geometry, where it says that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other. So you just say water level. There is one point at one end, another point at the other, and Euclidean geometry states that is a straight line between it. Now,
Yeah, so
you can falsify it whenever
that's
you
a
want,
great
Aaron. Up
postulate.
to you.
I
Go.
get that. I get
Yeah.
No, well, so Aaron, I would say that at the end of the day, right? Like, we're gonna come because you're saying how, show me why, right? And I get it, I'm with you. And at the end of the day, Bev is kind of right in that when you get to this, you have the water, you have the horizontal, you have the points, you have the 6 feet above the ground. You're coming to a logical conclusion that either this line is going to follow or it's going to curve under, right? So it is kind
How
of
do you? There's no line right there. There is no
the
physical
imaginary line we're
right?
connecting these 2 points.
No. You didn't pull out a string over all your bathtubs.
Well, you
No.
could put a string over the water, right? But then you would say, how would you tell that string is straight? Because the water is the standard. You know what I mean? So even if you had this straight string over the water, you could be like, well, how do you know that string is straight? Well, because it's compared to the water. So to verify any of these things, I would say you'd have to use the water.
I threw out the string only because that's ridiculous, right? You'd never pull a string that far. But we would always use an optical device to try to verify from point to point.
Water level
water
isn't
level's not an
optical.
You'd have to. You
That's
can't
the point.
use your eye. So
You don't need to use your eye with a water level.
Y'all are right, dude. Water's
What the
level.
hell's
I
up
get
here?
it. Water's level. I get it.
No, but the water level is a mechanical device. There's no opticals in it. You could could mark it with braille, right?
But
And a
like
blind
you said,
person
right
could
there, and
put
you
their
just back
hand
up
along
6
the
feet
bottom.
away, and you're like, "Yep, that's level." There you go.
No,
Right.
no.
So the whole
that's
Earth is level.
He
That's what you
doesn't
do.
understand.
You actually, the physical water level is a mechanical operation that can be touched. It doesn't have to be looked at, right? You can physically touch the water level, and you could, instead of putting marks that you look at, you could put marks that you feel. And when the water is at a certain point, you can feel this because water's wet, and then you can mark these notches. So this is a physical operation. It's not an optical visual thing. It's a physical measurement with this device.
From point to point, right? It's always sight, right? That's how you go from point to point. It's always sight. It's not feel. I feel you right there, and I feel you. But it's not. It's always, especially if we're trying to look at something
the table.
straight.
Is moving your hand across the table not going point to point physically?
Okay. Make that table 10 miles long.
Make that table out of
tell
water.
me if you can feel any difference in, let's say it curves up or curves down, or just
water can't curve up or down. That's the beauty of it. That's what that's
not their argument.
It comes to the water.
Water does curve in their argument.
No, well, I mean, but not in reality.
Not in reality.
Because in reality, when we establish long stretches of straight, we use water.
Exactly, because
there's this stuff. It's called self-leveler, right? It's a powder you mix and you put it on the ground, and it creates a flat surface when you have unevens. Like, come on.
And there was a good argument.
If there was something shaped like a ball, and you wanted to make it flat, you would fill it. You would take that ball, you'd put it in a container, and fill it with this stuff.
Yeah, it's called a lake. It's called a lake.
Exactly. Like, let's say a 20-mile lake, right? There was a very good argument that said, look, if there was a hump in the lake, then all that water on the sides of the lake, not the center, right, would have to be supporting that fucking water bulge, right? And I'm not buying it.
Have you ever used the water level before, like the tool?
Who? Me?
You, yeah.
No, not at all. Well, I mean, just
shut up.
What? Then it's just. I mean, it doesn't mean I don't know exactly how it works. Like water's level.
Well, the way you're talking, you don't know how it works. You know, you can use like the tool, the water level. You can go around a whole house and make marks according to the water level.
Wow, a whole house. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Aaron, you can go somewhere else and do all that, man. It's ridiculous. It's like you're just trying to argue.
I'm just trying to bring up the point that look, what Bev is saying, water is level, or we're all saying, right? Water is level. However, when you go to distance, that's where the argument fails. Just like Brandon said about it's like I just can't talk to these people because
you can't
they
talk
bring
to
up
these
curvature.
Who are these
we
people?
can't verify the water level at distance.
Who
That's
can't
the
verify
key.
it? What are you talking
Never
about?
even used one.
2 seconds,
What kind of
please.
distance would you like to
think I've
verify
never
that?
put my toes in the ocean to verify a water level?
That's not a water level, the tool.
You think the ocean's not a water level?
Jeez, you're
No, it's
worse
not a
than the
fucking
ball.
tool.
or
The
something?
ocean is not a fucking tool, dude.
We're talking about water used as a level versus what? A spirit level? With like an alcohol bubble in it? Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
a water level, the tool, that's a water level.
You're talking about the spirit level. Otherwise known as the spirit level.
Otherwise we would have said a spirit level. See how that works, Lemon?
Is this a water level?
See, it's got a bubble in it. It's
no, it doesn't have a bubble in it, Lemon. That's called a spirit level.
Water level.
So, so there's a water level that's different than a spirit level, right?
Yes.
Look at the screen.
Okay. I guess we're talking about something else.
Yes.
Why don't you go research what it is?
All this time, y'all don't know what a water level is?
They don't know.
No,
Rocky,
That's the thing.
how do you?
They're
let's say
arguing
you
about
have-
what they don't even know what it is.
Rocky, let's just say you have two water tubes sticking up, and you fill them with water, colored water, and you look
One
through
tube.
them. Okay.
It's one tube, dude.
A water level?
Yeah.
A water level, the tool is one tube.
What does it reference?
Level.
How do you know that? How do you
Because
know
we've
that?
used one. I've personally bought one, used it practically to build something with.
Okay.
It's
It's
a level.
one vertical tube. It's only one vertical tube. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's one tube. Oh my fucking
Yeah.
God.
Okay. So I was asking Rakia, let's say you set up a water level, one vertical tube, and 10 feet away you put another one, you fill it with colored water, and what do you have to do to look at the level? What do you have to do? I just gave it away. You have to look through it. Right, Rakia?
Well, you're
You have
so
to
sneaky.
see it.
You have to look at what you're using. Wow.
No, you don't.
Not look down
Oh,
it.
you don't? You can just...
No, you can use it. You set one side where you.
So Ray Charles has built like a bunch of...
It's doing a nice
that's
little
why,
semantic.
That's why I
switch
didn't
there.
fall
Lovely.
for it. Yeah, you got to look at it. Of course, you got to look at it.
I'll
Try
say it
using
again,
a
Aaron.
fucking
Now,
tool
what
with it.
instrument are you going to use to verify the standard that's level?
That is the standard. Have you not been listening, dude?
You want to just argue with somebody? I got an ex-girlfriend. I
At
can give you the
6
number
feet, that's the standard.
I got an
6
ex-wife.
feet
I'll
is the standard.
happy to spend time with you.
6 feet is the... I mean, you guys are sounding worse
Yeah,
than
bro, water's the
Eratosthenes
standard,
and all
dude.
these people, right?
Water's the
You're saying that
standard.
6 feet is the standard of level.
What are you talking? Who said 6
Who
feet?
said that?
I never heard anybody say 6 feet.
Whatever, however
This
far
is
you want your
super
one
troll
tube.
mode. He's gone
Take
into
your one
absolute
tube. How far do
bullshit
you wanna
mode
go?
now.
He must have been talking
This is
about
Just
it.
making shit up now.
This is Babs 2.0 right here.
Yeah.
How far do you want to go with your one tube with two verticals? Come
How
on.
far do you want to troll the untrollable?
Why do you keep saying
Rocky,
two
let's have a
verticals?
conversation.
Why
Let's have
do
a
you keep
conversation about
saying two verticals on a water level?
Because
It's
a
just a
water
tube,
has
dude.
at least two verticals. It has
It's
to.
just
Otherwise,
a tube.
with
Rob,
two,
can you
the
hear me?
both ends, rising up,
Harry.
kind of vertical, right?
Please, can you
Or
hear me?
talking about a plumbing pipe? What are you talking about, Bet?
Why don't you go look into it and come back and then have the conversation? Then maybe you won't look so
All I
ignorant.
want to ask is, what is the distance that I need to build a water level? I've seen all Bev's presentations on Clear's channel and everything. Okay, I get it. Right now,
well, you've watched
he's
it all.
doing this. He's doing this
Well,
on a close
thanks.
distance. I get it. It should
The thumbs
transfer
up.
to a large distance. I get it. Now,
Can you hear me now?
Let's say, let's say I go out 500 feet from end to end instead of a whiteboard, like Bev is showing, which should translate. I guarantee it translates. But how do I verify that that's actually level and compared to what? What is the standard? Now,
It is the tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Can you falsify it?
You're gonna get some pushback.
What distance can you falsify it, Aaron?
Is he going to get any intelligent pushback? That's the question.
No, I want to know, like, Aaron, what distance can they falsify this water level being horizontal?
I would say 1 mile is what they are gonna do.
Well, they say that they will be able to falsify a water level being a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference over 1 mile. Now, who's told you that, Aaron?
They have.
Who's they?
The ballers.
Who are they? Which ballers have told you that they can do it? And why?
I know you can't look over 1 mile. I already
Which
know that.
ballers,
Right? You can't
Aaron?
look over 1 mile
Aaron,
reliably
which
and consistently.
ballers, Aaron?
Yeah.
Which ballers have told you that they can falsify a water level being a device that establishes a horizontal plane of reference
Corey and
over 1
Randy,
mile?
but you want names? I mean, why do you
Yes,
want names?
yes.
Why?
Well, because you are citing these people in an argument to say that they can. You are using that what they have told you, and you are bringing that argument to us and telling us that we have to prove it.
No. I never
No?
said that. I asked you, what is the standard for verification? That's a straight line between 2 points.
You've been told
especially
many
at
times
distance.
a water level is the standard.
Yeah.
So
how are you going to see your end? Let's say you have a
you don't. You will tell you again, Aaron. Aaron, we can tell you again. You do not need a sight line. I'm going to get you the thing, right? You look at this, right? In here now, right? In the general chat. Can you read that for me, please? Right now, you are not. I didn't write this. You can go and look for it yourself in Wiki, right?
It hasn't come up yet.
In the general chat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it's in there.
Gotcha.
Okay, read it, please. Can you read it out loud?
Water level Greek, all the Greek there. Any device utilizing surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference, used to determine the apparent inclination of an object or surface for the matching elevations of locations that are too far apart for a spirit level to span. The simplest water level is a section of clear tubing partially filled with water. Water is easily procured for use and easily discarded after that. The ends are something vertical and the rest of the tube lines on the ground or the floor. The water level at each end of the tube will be the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. Water something has been used for many years. The water level is low tech, and the laser level. The water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it will be more accurate over long distances and only works without a sight line.
They contradicted them.
Such as around corners. To avoid error, all of the water should be at the same temperature. Other sources of error include difficulty reading due to meniscus.
Right, so there's no problem. Doesn't say there's a problem with a length and it can be falsified over a certain length. No mention of that.
They contradicted themselves, and that don't.
You're roboting really bad. You're roboting really bad.
Because they said it's the same height above a certain elevation, and they said it was a horizontal line, but to them the elevation is curving. So how can it be a horizontal line?
No. What are you saying, Jeremy? To them? Who's them?
Didn't say horizontal. I'm gonna go look at it.
Jeremy, who's them?
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Who's them?
Contradicted themselves.
No, they haven't.
Themselves in that wiki article.
No.
Listen, they said that the water level will make a straight horizontal line.
Yeah.
They also said in the next sentence that the water level will be the same elevation. But if you're on a globe, the same elevation would not make a horizontal line.
Okay, Jeremy. So what would that say to you?
You feel me?
What would that say to you, Jeremy?
No, I'm just pointing out where they contradicted themselves.
Jeremy, they haven't contradicted themselves.
To flat water. No. How can you make... Listen.
Because elevation is measured as a change in vertical. Can you not hear me?
A horizontal plane of reference established over elevation, right? So we need the definition for elevation, apparently.
Listen, I will say it again.
Steam level.
Can nobody hear me?
Yeah.
Right. A horizontal, like elevation, is a change in vertical distance, vertical height. So any change in vertical height is a change in elevation. So what they're saying here is there is zero change in vertical height. That's what elevation means, Jeremy. It doesn't mean curve. It never has. You have just been talking to people at a certain server, and they have convinced you that elevation is a curve. No, it is not.
In the globe model, listen, in the globe model, 1 foot elevation is curving around the globe. So you can't have a straight line from 1 foot elevation to another foot elevation and have it be horizontal. Because it doesn't match up in their model.
Right, so what that says is your model is bunk.
I'm not arguing for them. I'm just telling them they contradicted themselves in their own
No.
age right there.
No. How could they contradict themselves?
No, they didn't.
Whiteboard. I'm gonna.
Bro, Jeremy's a baller, I think. I swear.
He's been over at Gems for far too long. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's got the bug in his ear.
We're just trying to bring up exactly the arguments at the water level, which is perfect and
it's
simple.
Stupid. It cannot happen It is provably false.
So let me set up a water level, Bev. Right. So I'm gonna set one up just the way you described it on your channel or Cleary's channel where I saw you many times, and I'm gonna set one up, and I'm gonna string it out over 1 mile. Now, how am I so? And then everything equalizes. It's an equilibrium. I get it. It's fine. Doesn't matter elevation, hills, and going through the valleys, all that shit, right? Everything's fine. Now, I'm gonna stand behind one point of the water level and try to sight through to the other.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because I want to establish a horizontal.
Didn't it say in that thing that you just read that it works without a sight line?
Well, I want to establish a horizontal plane.
But why?
He wants to just verify it for himself.
Why do you want to see it? It says you don't need to look at it. You don't need a sight line. So why do you want to establish one? Because the major benefit of a water level, you've obviously never used, but when you do use it on site, there might be a building in the way. So you don't need a sight line, right? That is the benefit of a water level, right? Now, if you do not need a sight line, why do you need a sight line?
Because of distance. Now, the article you just posted was talking about going around a corner, right? Where you maybe can't get a mechanical level, kind of like that, right? So you use a water level just around a corner. That's it. Like of a house or a building.
You could go around
right?
100 corners.
Moving out the distance and saying that, look, I get it. I don't have to sight through it to go to both ends and be like, yep, they're both level. I get it. They're both fucking level. I get it. However,
can you guys hear me?
Is that horizontal to the ground I'm standing on? Right?
Okay, check my picture, and this is why they contradicted themselves. Can you see that green line in there? That's the Earth curve that the model they say they live on. Now you've got your stick. It's at 1 foot elevation at the top.
We don't live on a model.
Yeah.
Hold
that's
on.
not elevation.
No, but listen,
Jeremy.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, Jeremy, listen, Jeremy. What Aaron read and what Bev posted does not include the shit you're trying to bring in right now. It doesn't include it. You're bringing shit in that does not exist in the citation that Bev brought up and Aaron read. So why are you bringing it up?
Bro, because he's at Gems. He's in argument mode.
Yeah,
they always argue at Gems.
Stop. Go away.
Trying to conflate level is curved instead of level is horizontal.
If you would let me...
Why?
No, we're not going to let you. No, we're not going to let you.
Who the fuck are you,
Sorry.
bro? Well, so I can't talk in here? I should just...
You can't talk shite.
No, you can't talk
I'm
shit.
not talking shit. I'm telling you how they contradicted themselves. And it's obvious.
Okay, go away.
They
away.
didn't.
Bro, we don't care about the polar arguments.
No, but that's what the point here is, Jeremy. Jeremy, you're trying to say that Wiki and the description of a water level, that they contradicted themselves. No, they didn't. The ballers have told you that elevation is a curve. It isn't. It's the ballers that are contradicting themselves, not that article.
Got it, Jeremy.
I'm just saying, unless a flat earther wrote that article, they
No, he does not get it. He did not get any of that. He did not get any of that.
No, we've had the same thing with Babs, with the same thing with Jeremy, the same thing with Jeremy. You've got the ball model in your head.
I'm just saying, the person that wrote that article was a flat earther then.
It's just realist, Jeremy. Just a realist.
Everything the globe says.
Yes.
It's got nothing to do with a flat earther or a globe earther, what the definition is, Jeremy. Got nothing. Water level is horizontal. End of period.
That,
End of
I'm
story.
not denying that. I'm just saying if that whatever. All right, guys.
Quit making their arguments for them.
I'm not making their argument. I'm just saying if whoever wrote that, it's in direct contradiction of the globe. That's all.
Do you think Wiki will allow it there? Right? If it wasn't either truthful or, let's say, supportive of reality or their model, one or the other. It'd have to be one or the other. It wouldn't be a false flat Earth thing on Wiki, would it?
Or is the globe a direct conflict with what we see, what we feel, what we can measure? Reality.
Yeah, the globe's in direct contradiction of that. What Aaron just read just now.
Right, that's what we've been doing for a year, Jeremy, trying to explain to people that a water level is horizontal, right? That's it. That is the tool for establishing a horizontal.
There's no reason to bring in anything else. If you're going to try and present, well, water levels are curved. No, it's not a contradiction. It's just a non-existence.
Well, we're at the hand. This is overtime, right? It's
contradictory to
overtime,
the
right?
globe,
So
bro.
you guys know the Globers' arguments, right? And so the more that we present straight and flat and level and just perfect point to point, the more we get I think they make up arguments, right, to disprove.
You're doing it right now, Aaron.
No. I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
So,
the ball gets manifested when you make the argument for it.
Here's the thing. I would love to take.
Just because it's overtime, Aaron, doesn't mean we want to waste time.
Okay, I would love to take Bev's water level and extend it over distance.
Do it then. £18.71 it costs.
And then
that's 100 meters.
And create a horizontal.
You could beat me.
Create a horizontal, right?
You could beat me to the longest water level, Aaron.
I could create a horizontal, right? From point to point, could I create a horizontal?
That's a rhetorical question, isn't it? You don't want anyone to answer that. Come on.
Because
do you think you could? Do you think you could, Aaron?
They would try to measure elevation.
Aaron, do you think you could establish a horizontal?
Me, myself,
yes,
or with the water level, or what?
Yeah, just you. You yourself. Could you establish a horizontal?
It's very hard to say.
Right, so you've got no idea then. I don't even know what you're doing in the argument, right?
I said it's very hard to say if I could do it, right?
Like, well, why are you arguing about it then?
Let me ask Aaron a question. Aaron, are you asking that if you create this water level that's a mile long, are you asking us how would you connect those 2 points?
Yes, kind of, right? Not connect, but logically there should be 2 points, right? Surface
there
to
are.
surface, right?
They are connected.
There are.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Now, what I'm kind of getting at is the ballers are going to say that the ground is falling away underneath that 1 mile away. Like
it has nothing.
Some shit.
Okay, the water doesn't care what the ground's doing.
Okay, hold on. Now this is where I'll come in just real quick because what I was only able to listen the other day, Bev, when you were talking with Babs. So were you talking through? Okay, let me just say this. Let's say I was trying to do this. I listened to you, and I was going to try to set up my own water level.
Mm-hmm.
If I elevated one of those points, that water level on the other side would adjust because of pressure. Correct?
Yeah, I'd say that. It would find an equilibrium pressure.
Correct. Okay. And would that equilibrium keep those 2 water levels at the same spot?
Once equaled out, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm there. All right.
Yeah, I get it. I agree.
Actually, the pressure thing is the most interesting.
All I was trying to say is Bev's little 6-foot or whiteboard demonstration can be scaled out, but I'm trying to imagine it, right? Scale it out.
So when you're digging a trench, Aaron, and you told me the other day that you know that you can dig a trench with a 2-degree gradient without even thinking about it. What's that a 2-degree gradient to?
It's 2% mostly.
Yeah, but to what? To what? Is it 2% to a 45-degree
well,
angle?
It's 2% from the initial point of inflow, right?
Yeah, 2% of
Yeah,
what?
from horizontal.
That's right.
Yeah, that sounds
That's
right.
right. Exactly. And you say, and you go, you know, just off the top of your head, right? Pretty much when you've got those two markings, those two bearings in place, that you're digging at 2%.
The
And
longest
that tells
trench,
you.
the longest, let's say, running water or sewer trench, sanitary sewer trench I've ever dug was about a 1/4 mile. That's it.
There you go.
Mile. That's it.
1/4 mile. Well, that's a fair old distance.
Yeah, and was that at 2 degrees or whatever, 2%?
Hey, much love, guys. I gotta go, but I'll try to be back in a little bit.
Cool.
Later.
Okay, so if it wasn't at 2% and it was at 0%, what would happen?
Well, if the Earth was flat, think about a city, right? Where
No,
you start,
in reality, when you were digging a trench and you dug it
and you
at
have to feed the
0,
whole
in
city,
reality,
think about how deep those pipes would have to be. Which they do end up deep, Bansal, you're right. They do end up pretty deep.
right? So at 0, in reality, what would happen to the water, Aaron?
Well, it flows, of course.
At
Over
0.
1/4 mile.
No, at 0. Aaron, it's 0, not at 2%.
Sorry, what?
There's no grade. It's 0.
Oh, at the starting point, you mean?
No, the whole thing. He just took away your grade. He just took away your grade. There's no percent. There's no drop. It's all 0 from one point to the next. It's 0. What would the water do?
How would that be? How would that be, Travis? Why?
Because you've dug it at 0.
What do you mean, how would that be? That's a baller tactic, Aaron. Come on. Answer the question.
I don't actually lay the pipes. That's bandsaw. I just dig the trench for them, and
You can't dig a trench with 0 grade. You're telling me you can't dig a 0? What can you dig a 0 grade trench? That's 100 feet long.
I could. Yeah.
How would you make sure that it was? How would you make sure it was 0 grade?
Laser levels. We do it all the time, right? Just flat level.
Could you use a water level?
Yeah.
Could you use how water flows?
Yeah.
There you go. So dig a big trench, right? Kind of eyeball it, and then what we'll do at the end, we'll use the water level, and if the water flows, then we'll see which way, and we know you got the trench wrong. If it doesn't flow, we know you got it on 0 grade. See? That's how we do it.
Why are you arguing this? You actually know it. Why the hell are you arguing it?
Actually, when I dig most of my trenches, right, there's always like a big puddle of water right where I'm starting, and that's why it's called they want to relieve that pressure or whatever. And so I'll dig and just watch the water flow. So I don't even have to use a laser or a 2% thing. I'll just watch the water flow as long as I'm digging, and it keeps flowing down.
So you use the water then?
Well, there you go.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not a baller, guys. I'm just bringing up.
He's trying to find holes. I hear you, but sometimes you're
retarded. Can everyone else hear that? Is it
why do you use the water?
Well, because I want to know if I'm level or sloping, right?
But how do you know it's level? Just by using the water?
Because the water stops.
Because it stops, it's not level, or it's level.
I don't know what that means. I'm just saying it stops.
I'm asking you. So when it stops,
maybe I wasn't cutting hard enough, right? I need to cut a little bit deeper and watch the water flow. right? Just watch it work towards me, right? As I'm digging the trench.
Can everyone else hear that electric interference, or is it just me?
Yeah, I got a buzz.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
there's a
bad. I'm
Is that
going to
me,
have to
Bev?
go in a minute. Yeah.
Is it me, Bev?
I think so.
Hot micing. Hold on.
It's
Tell
like
me if it
really
goes.
bad
Sounds
electric.
like two wires are touching or
Yeah.
something, or a bad plug-in or something. There, that's better. Or sounds like.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Just don't let it happen again.
Thought I was going mad.
I did have a quick question for you guys. Since I'm kind of newer to the
You
whole
could have told
thing.
me half an hour ago.
Nah, we wanted to let it go on for a bit.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I think it might help with Aaron's thing too. When I talk against ballers, I like to personally have verified everything I used to go against them with. And so I'm curious, what's the longest water level that's ever existed?
Depends what you call a water level, right?
Good question. No,
talking-
it doesn't depend. I just read it. What a water level is, right?
The Pacific Ocean, does that count?
The longest canal that doesn't have locks.
What's the longest in existence thing where they have taken two ends of a water level and verified that, okay, this end matches that end. It's perfectly 100% level.
Isn't it Bev? Didn't Bev make that the longest?
Yeah,
distance?
I've got 100 meters, but I mean
100 meters is longest. That's cool.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm just
That's the
wondering,
longest I've done at the minute. But I mean,
that's the longest I know. I tried looking it up, and it didn't say anything. So yeah, you probably do have the record.
The
So I'm just
creator
wondering.
has the record.
So I'm just wondering then. So how do you? I mean, it makes sense logically, right? That okay, if it's over 100 meters, then that would be the same thing would apply over 1,000, over 1,000,000, whatever. It should be the exact same. But
it's
is it
scalable,
possible?
right?
You would think, but has it ever been personally verified over long distances?
It's never been
hundreds of miles,
falsified.
that must be the way it is, or is it just something
Never
people
been
go?
falsified.
Well, since it worked on the shorter range, it must work on the longer range. Or has anyone actually personally verified it?
Nobody falsified it. Right, so it's been proved that it is, right? And it has never been falsified. It's sort of like, like geometry that ends up with being Euclidean geometry. It's there because it's a book of proofs that have never been falsified. Well, a water level establishing a horizontal is sort of part of that geometry, because the relationship between the horizontal and the vertical is a right angle at 90 degrees. Now, that is the basis of all of the geometry that we do. At least all of the geometry that gets used for predicting angles and distances within the surveying, right, is all based around that relationship between the horizontal and the vertical being a right angle. Yeah.
Well, what I'm thinking is, I guess personally, maybe I'm just missing it or something, but I'm thinking, so yeah, obviously since 100 meters is probably the longest one, we have personally verified it.
It's not the longest one, because I've got one here, right? See, in the general chat there. Now, it's been taken out of dictionaries. This is an old dictionary. Anybody, if you ever find an old dictionary in any of your grandma's house or whatever, look at level and see what it says. Because that one there says a horizontal line or plane, a section of canal from one lock to another. Now, that's been taken out of the dictionary. So
yeah, that's all fine and good. I just don't believe what other people tell me. I actually verify things for myself.
Yeah.
I don't just take people's word. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, has anybody ever actually verified for themselves something longer than the one that you've come up with, where they actually looked at both sides and said, okay, I can see that obviously it is this way? Or did you just go, well, since we know water's flat, it must be that this is what's happening?
I sort of take that as a canal, right? Is a body of water. Like in where it says that water level, right, is any device that uses the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Right now, like that says, a canal from one lock to the other is just one body of water. It's just a big thing, right? So is there a hump in the middle, or is that established in a horizontal plane? And would you call that a water level? I would. So I'd say my personal 100-meter one is, I'd say, doesn't really matter, does it? Because like the canal near me, 27 miles from one lock to the other, it comes up at Liverpool at one elevation and then goes all the way 27 miles. And it's the same elevation. It's not changed. Now, you can think that's a horizontal plane. I would, because I know that water can't hump. But like Jeremy said, the ballers have said that that is curve. So to the ballers, that is a curve. Now,
exactly. So how do you
decide one or the other? Well, I just say it can't hump.
Yeah, see, I don't just do that. I go, I have to actually verify for myself. I don't just take people's words. Like, I got to figure that out for myself.
All right, so how would you
how would you do that?
The only way I can think of is something along the lines of possibly like we were talking about earlier, how you have to build an even longer water level, something that's, even miles long or something, and get some device or some string or something that can be strung between the two and take a camera between the whole thing so that you can see that it is perfectly level the whole way. Something like that,
A standard, yeah.
Yeah, just some type of standard the whole way.
Water is the standard.
Right, because you say so, but like I said, I don't just take that as...
Well, but you have to understand...
No, not because I say so. It will be whether I'm talking or not.
I think that you have to understand, or I'm not trying to school you. What we need to understand is that they have I lost the word now. They have created an unfalsifiable system with their identification of what level is with regard to the center of the Earth. Right? It's the same elevation. So even if you establish, because this is nothing, what Bev's doing is fantastic, but it's nothing different. It's nothing different than dropping 2 plumb bobs. It's the same thing.
What?
You got 2 verticals.
3 feet apart, Travis? 2
Hold
plumb
on.
bobs, 3
Hold on.
feet apart? I mean, come on.
Hold on. I'm just trying to talk to the guy who's in, right? So they're both vertical. They're both 90 degrees. Now, if you drop 2 plums at a mile apart, and they're both vertical, there's nothing to give you any indication that they have a degree of change between them. They're
How
both
do you know
parallel.
they're vertical? What is your standard to make sure those plums are vertical?
Anyway, I can't. You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or not, but anyway, my point was that they have created a philosophical argument that is unfalsifiable because both systems demonstrate the same physical phenomenon.
Hey, Ben, are you there?
What I just...
Yeah, man.
Oh. Draw your reciprocal shots like you did the other day with me on a curved surface now.
Real quick to finish my thing out, wouldn't what I suggested actually prove them wrong? You said it's unfalsifiable, that it could actually be on a curve, that type of thing would be unfalsifiable. But if you did the exact experiment I said, where you actually did have a line between the 2 points, and you could show the whole way that the line was exactly straight instead of curving, then it would falsify the curved Earth, right?
Yeah, once you get a mile out, though.
Bands how you're breaking.
Wow.
Breaking up.
2
Your
miles.
robot again.
Is that
Breaking up.
water level? How you gonna check to
Hey,
make sure you got a horizontal line?
It's Jeremy, not Bands. Jeremy, you're breaking up bad.
Your robot. I couldn't hear anything you said, man. But does anybody think that would falsify their globe Earth if I were able to do that?
Exactly. Why not? Why not?
Does anybody see anything wrong with it?
Do the measurement, verify it, confirm it, point to point. take elevations because they claim elevation. Take elevation. Say, "Yep, no elevation change." Wow.
Exactly.
Here we go. It's all flat.
Seems pretty simple.
Is that a water level, Bev?
Is your mic working, Bev?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah. Right. You see that?
Yep.
Right. We're gonna play. We're gonna play water level. Right. Let's say these are 100 meters in between. It may not be exact, but we're not playing exact here, are we? So this is 100 meters water level.
I think we should play exact, but go ahead, Bev. Sorry.
You think we should play exact? You think you want me to measure all of this out to make sure that they're all it's all scale?
At all times, we should be the most exact.
Okay. Well, okay. Just imagine that these are all 100 meters in between. Can you do that?
Yep.
There, no, it's exact.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it for sake of your.
Okay. Now, because we're going to start off, we've got a water level, and we're going to start off at this side here. Now, this is the first section, 100 meters. Now, I'm going to say I'll fill it up because we've blanked it off, and then this bit here to here. Right, that would be level. Would you agree?
I think it'll be inaccurate because it's 100 meters.
You would think a water level would be inaccurate because it's over 100 meters.
A water level of any length is inaccurate. If it's very small, it'll be
inaccurate to what? Who's this we're talking to here? Who is this?
Through it.
Oh, right.
I was on the other day with Ranty.
Yeah. Go on.
What you doing?
Hang on. Talking. What are you doing?
I'll just leave you to what you're doing.
Okay. All right, back. So your local down at station number 1 is different to the down at station number 2. If it's only 100 meters, it'll be a tiny, tiny difference, but it's not an accurate water level.
Okay, so you're not having this as establishing a horizontal across.
No.
No.
That's inaccurate.
Oh, this one here then.
Same problem.
Same problem. Is this curve all right for you? Do you like that?
Yeah.
That's okay. So the first 100 meters.
Sorry, on the bottom. On the bottom, are we assuming a flat Earth? Is the one on the bottom a flat Earth?
Well, I consider this reality because there's a water level here and here. That's how a water level works to me.
Okay. If the bottom is flat Earth, then that's accurate.
No.
On the top one, which is curved, it's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
Correct.
Okay, so how should this curve go?
The water level won't be accurate because it's curved.
Right, but how would the water level look accurate? Is that okay?
If you sight between station number 1 and the first end of the tube and the second end of the tube, it will not be
like the auto level. If you put the auto level up in between,
the auto level is accurate.
What?
Can we use the top? The top is on a curve, right? The top half of your diagram is on a curve, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So an auto level at station number 1 will be accurate, but if you were to
level here,
yep, that will draw an accurate level.
So if we put an auto level there,
yep,
that will establish an accurate
level. Yes.
Level being what?
Yep.
And where would this level bit go?
Well, it starts parallel to the surface that it's on and then extends out.
It starts parallel.
Yeah, it's parallel to your local down. Well, it's perpendicular to down, but it starts parallel. Your plane, your level plane is parallel to the surface at that point.
Okay, so
draw a tangent. Draw a tangent a little bit off the circle.
You want me to draw a tangent?
Yeah, a little bit off the circle.
A tangent off the circle, you say?
Come on. Draw what level is.
Okay, a tangent not touching the circle.
Right. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
You want me to draw a straight line?
A straight line that at that point is parallel to the surface. At that single point.
Horizontal, right?
Well, yes.
Level.
Do you want me to draw it?
Level. Right? This is a water level. This is the point we're getting to, right?
Yep.
The level goes from here to here.
No, this is a curved surface.
Right? Yeah?
This is a curved surface. So at where your auto level is, draw a line that is level at that point.
Like that?
No.
Yeah, that's level.
No, it's not level at the auto level.
It is.
No,
yeah, that's what level is. That's a level. Look.
You're on a curved surface. No, that's level in your freaking lounge room, wherever you are.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're talking about a curved
I don't think Ruhif understands that the water doesn't care what the ground's doing beneath it.
We live in reality, right here. This is a water level, and it is parallel with this one here.
No, at a local point.
No.
Draw a line parallel to the surface. Yeah, that curve you've drawn is the surface of the Earth, right?
No.
What is it? A hill? Is that a hill?
Yeah, let's call it a hill.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
What do you mean when you say curvature of the Earth? What do you mean?
Well, is that curve meant to represent the curve of the Earth, or is it a hill that has elevation?
When you say curvature of the Earth, please define it, please.
That black line, is that meant to represent the
that
globe?
black line's a part of a circle. Do you not see me? I got this out.
But is it meant to represent?
I got this compass out and drew a part of a circle.
I
call
understand.
It an arc.
Is it meant to represent the globe Earth?
It was just meant to represent something for you to understand that the water level won't rise up. But you still wanted me to draw a line that was up there, and you wanted me to call it level.
Because that's what level is on the globe.
On which globe?
The globe that we live on.
Like this one? Like this one?
Yes.
This is a model.
Oh,
a little tiny model. Do you think you live on this?
Bev, is that black line meant to represent a globe or not? Yes or no? Very simple question.
That's a black line. It was part of a circle. I've just explained that to you. Do you think you live on this black line?
The globe. Is it meant to represent the globe?
No. Then what is it? This is a globe, right? A model. This black line here doesn't represent a model.
What does that black line represent?
Yeah. What are you doing?
In reality.
A black line, part of a circle. Did you see me do it?
Yeah. Then you've talked about a water level. That's not a water level. That's red drawing. Stop fucking around, Bev.
This is a water level here.
Yeah. In reality?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at your water level in reality. I would say that it's inaccurate between one side and the other by a minuscule amount.
Why?
A meter apart. Because there's curvature of the Earth.
Right, so which one's higher than the other?
$99 in Amazon.
No, they're each at their own level.
They're each at their own level, or they're both at the same level?
Because the level is relative to where you are. As soon as you move, you have a different down.
Look, I'm moving right now, and this water level is unaffected by my movement.
Yes, but if you go and stand on the left, that down direction will be ever so slightly different to when you're standing on the right. They won't be parallel.
How do you confirm this? Ruhif, how do you confirm
that? If I'm stood here, that's down. But if I come over here, then that one goes down.
Down is relative.
Yeah, to where I am.
Relative to what, Ruhif? Come on. I mean, you're just speaking words, right? You're just
relative to
me. You're saying, it has to match my curve. That's all you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Virginia.
I mean, show some examples.
Classic. They assume the globe for everything. I know it's there because we live on a ball. I already know.
Please, let's just carry on with this because I'm fascinated with it. If I stand here, then that is down.
No, where you're standing is down.
I'm down.
Where you're standing, that down will be very slightly different to if you move a meter away.
I'm not bothered about down. This is the water level that is established in the horizontal, right? You say it isn't. So let's do it in relation to this water level here.
Right. And are we assuming that black line is meant to represent the curvature? What is it then?
See this?
This is not a difficult question, Bev.
Can you see this?
No wonder Sly thinks you're a fuckwit.
Can you see
Hang on,
this?
Bev, what if you put him on a hill? Tell him he's got a water level. He's 1.5.
No, he's talking about the black line page. This
yeah, I know, but he doesn't realise the water level doesn't care what the ground does. Like if the Earth is curving, if you're on a mountain, it does the same thing.
Knows what a water level is.
I know what a water level is.
He obviously doesn't because he thinks the ground affects it.
Right?
Ruth is only talking about a certain point and the distance away from that point. Like he's telling you, Bev, at that point, you're level, right? So every distance away from that point.
I'm not talking about me.
360 fucking degrees, right?
I'm not talking about me. What are you talking about?
Ruhif is going to say you're falling away from that point. That's what he's going to say.
Well, you're telling Ruhif what Ruhif's going to say.
He's already said
Very nice.
He's already said it.
Now, if that black line is meant to represent the curvature of the Earth, then the water level in the middle, if you were to sight between the first and the last, will be higher.
Okay, so the water level from here to here will be level.
No, I said the middle point. So the middle point, part of the water level, that will be higher. If you were to sight along between the first and the last.
Here to here, this is level. This will fill up.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not.
That line between the first and the last is not level.
That's not level. So the water level, if we were to get rid of these bits, that's not what would happen with that water level, is it not?
That's not level. Go to your auto level on the left, first one.
Oh, no, this is a water level.
I understand, and I'm telling you that
so
the
why
water
do you
level
say
is
to the
not
auto
accurate with
level?
distance. Because the auto level is local at one point. So draw the level at the first station with the auto level.
I'll do that there.
No, on the curve one.
You want me to draw an auto level here in the middle?
And where is level at that point? No, at your first station.
No, you don't need to put a auto level where the water level is.
I'm telling you to put one there and draw what level is at that point.
I have here.
That's not it. That's not parallel to the
It is, because this is a level here, and this is a level
and that's
here.
not accurate.
Right, okay, so do you think we can get a water level to go up in this? Because this is an upwards direction here,
up.
Isn't it?
It's not up, it's level.
That's not up.
No, it's not
That's
up.
not up.
Do you not understand the basic geometry of a globe?
You said the middle one would be higher.
What do
So
you
how
mean,
can
the
it be higher
basic
without being
geometry of
up?
the globe?
I said,
What is the basic geometry of a globe, please?
If you sighted between the first and the last, that is not level.
Ruhif, geometry is sort of my strong subject, right? So tell me, what is the basic geometry of the globe?
Okay, you know what line I want you to draw. At the first station, you've got an auto level. Draw level at that
I don't
point.
know. I can only do Euclidean geometry.
Don't bullshit, Bev.
Is that not the basic globe geometry that you want to use?
Are you telling me you're so fucking retarded you cannot draw a line from the auto level that's level?
Ruhif.
This is level. Look.
What
I'll
need was
switch
there
this
for
on.
that?
No, it's not.
Look, my goodness.
Because he's full of shit, Paige. He knows he's full of shit.
There is a level.
No, he's right. Euclidean is the geometry you use. He's completely
It's
correct.
not on the
And
globe.
you're being an asshole.
I'm living in reality right now, Ruhif. There is a water level there. There is a laser level there. And I'm telling you that I've got an auto level, and an auto level also establishes
Do I
a
need to draw
horizontal.
this for you? Do I seriously need to
Yeah,
do it for
go
you?
on.
All right.
Please, yeah, yes.
Sorry for jumping in on you, Bev.
And this
I should
is-
know better. Let you
This
let
is
you
all.
do it
It's all
yourself.
right. This is the level, right, Rupif? You're explaining to us the globe geometry and how it works, right? Adhering to all of your globe geometry axioms, postulates, definitions.
Oh, I should have started the computer. Hold on.
You didn't listen to a word you said.
I know.
No, I'm
It's
drawing.
okay though, because this is it's quite good because it's getting people to learn
I'm
geometry.
actually liking this. This is what I'm trying to figure out, is how to verify this for myself instead of just taking people's
Yeah,
word.
forget men can't multitask.
Do you want me to give it to you? Who's that? Global?
What's that?
Was that Global? It's trying to verify. I'll show you, right?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. I was saying I think this is good. This is helpful.
We're going to call this a Dornagon, right? Because imagine these as all separate water levels, and you can close them off, right?
Yeah, but then you get different
You can
levels.
close them off. I'm
Then
not
they're
talking
in
to
a
you.
straight line.
I'm talking to Global, right? So you can close them off. So this is 100, this is 100, 100, 100. So level from here to here looks like that, like that, like that, and like that. But what you can do is you can close this one off and have this level here. So we have that level. That goes across there to there.
All right. Where do I post
And
this
then we
in
can
general?
have this level here. So we have this one that goes from here to here. And that established that level. But then, hey, why not add this another one in?
Hang on, doorbell just went. Give me a minute.
Let's have an orange one that goes from here to over here. And then one that goes from here to over there. Right? So all of these lines are going to be established as horizontals, individual horizontals. So can you see the way that all of these horizontals are different?
Oh yeah.
Right? Do you think that would happen in reality?
Not.
Or do you think that would be more realistic?
I mean, that's most likely what's probably going to happen, given that I've verified for myself on smaller scales that that's what happens. But until I've actually verified for myself on a really large scale, I can't just say it must be. I say it probably is.
This, right? You set up a water level, 100-meter sections, join them together. Look, it's not too difficult because that's 100 meters.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Filled. That's filled with distilled water, ready for a
cool.
pressure test. But we'll put 2 or 3 of them together.
Awesome.
1, 2, 3, right? So what you do is you put a post there, post there, post there, post there, and you close these off. So you cut that off there and you mark them.
Mm-hmm.
Then you do that, join them 2 up, and you mark that, and do that, and then you close this one off, and you do the full distance. And every time you do it, you will mark it and find out that every one of these marks goes on the same point. I mean, it has to. The water level does that. But if you live on a globe, you end up with all of these different horizontals, which I'd say is impossible, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I like what you're
You can't
thinking.
adjust this water level and these levels of these water levels in there by just shutting off each one and individuals. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I got to think about that. I never thought about closing. I was thinking just one long distance and then checking it out from end to end. But yeah, I like the idea of just doing many distances and closing them off in sections in between.
Yeah. Can you imagine how many with 16? How many that would look like? We call it a Dornagon.
Can you see my drawing in the chat, Bev?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Which chat is it in?
General.
General at the top there.
Wow.
That's what an auto level does.
Right. Can I just get you to one little thing? Horizontals are parallel with the horizon. Would you agree?
No, I think that's a shit definition.
Of horizontal?
Yes.
Okay. You know, when I said that the other day, I invited people to go and check for the definition of horizontal.
Again, you misunderstood me. I don't give a shit what people define words as. Definitions are meaningless. Literally meaningless.
We heard you say that.
Yeah.
And we all decided that was perhaps one of the worst defenses. It's sort of akin to straight lines bend, but worse in some way. Pardon?
Straight lines and bending would be mutually exclusive.
Are you sure about that?
Under most definitions, at least.
What about if meanings don't mean anything? And your definitions don't
Words
care.
don't have meanings; they have usages. If we can understand,
does straight have a meaning?
Yeah, and hopefully we agree on it. But we don't agree.
Right.
If you're using the word horizon,
level have a meaning? Oh my God, they've literally got to throw out definitions of words. Tell us that words don't mean anything.
Horizontal.
That's how bad this has gotten.
I can make up a word.
You are insane, mate.
No,
absolutely insane. I'm sorry, you just are. This is ludicrous.
I can make up a word, and we can agree on how to use it. But words themselves are literally just little sounds.
Yeah, we've already done that. They're called dictionaries.
Yeah,
The human race has already done that. Stop
What's your
trying to change
definition
them.
of horizontal?
We've already done it.
Dictionary is not an authoritative source. It's just people writing down what they think.
What is your definition of horizontal?
My goodness.
Say again, Bev?
What's your definition of horizontal then, please?
Perpendicular to down.
Perpendicular to down. And what would that be? Would that down be vertical?
Yeah, where gravity points up and down.
Okay. So is a vertical not at 90 degrees to the horizon?
No, because the horizon's not at eye level.
Right, so if it's not at 90 degrees, what angle is it at, please?
Depends on your elevation.
What, the angle that a vertical is to the horizon?
Yeah, it depends what your elevation is.
Okay, and can you give us like a plus and a minus from where it varies from and to? Angularly, please.
If you're at the sea level, it'll be pretty close to 0 or 90 degrees, whichever way you look at it. If you're up in a plane, it's like 3.5 degrees or something.
What, the vertical angle?
The angle that the horizon dips down from horizontal.
No. Because you said it's not parallel to. Because that's what the initial question was. Is horizontals or are all horizontals parallel to the horizon?
No, because the horizon curves.
Right, okay. So that is why it is not parallel to the horizon. You know, if all of the dictionary definitions tend to say that horizontals are parallel to the horizon.
Who writes dictionaries?
It's generally consensus, right?
Yeah,
popular consensus.
Of what we're trying to convey to each other when we make some sounds with our mouths, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Definitions.
The sounds that we make with our mouths don't have meaning. We just understand them from other people and what information they're trying to convey, right? Words inherently do not have definitions.
So what do you think they were trying to convey when they said horizontal is parallel to the horizon? What do you think that they were just trying to get the general gist of?
Yeah, I think they were close to horizontal and close to straight.
And they used the particular word parallel.
Hey, again, why are you taking arguments for authority from a person that wrote down a
parallel has a definition, right?
Yeah, I know, and I disagree with the definition. This is not difficult.
Disagree with the definition of parallel.
No, I don't disagree with the definition of parallel. Your definition of horizontal includes the definition, or includes reference to the horizon.
Yes, parallel.
Yeah,
horizontals are parallel to the horizon. Now, if that is a general consensus, do you understand what parallel is? You would give us, authority to that word, wouldn't you?
We understand and we agree.
Because parallel definitely tells you something. It conveys a message, doesn't it? Parallel.
Yeah.
Right. So why do you not understand that horizontal, being a straight line, being parallel to the horizon would make the horizon a straight line?
That's why I disagree with it. Because it's curved.
Oh, because you want to curve the horizon.
No, because it is curved.
But why is it described as being parallel to horizontal?
Hang on. 2 at once. Go again.
Why is the horizon described as being parallel to horizontal?
Because some dude in fucking 400 AD went, oh, the horizon looks pretty flat and straight. Let's call that horizon.
That's when they wrote the dictionary. It's popular consensus.
I know,
the dictionary.
Words
so they've not bothered changing the word.
Did you know the word literal? Literal has changed definitions over the last 10 years, right?
Do you know, like mathematics, horizontal is a mathematical term. And within mathematics, it is defined as being parallel to the horizon.
The horizon isn't mathematics, right?
The mathematical definition of horizontal is that it is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, it's not the horizon. The horizon is a juncture of the sky and the water. It doesn't exist in mathematics. Mathematics is abstract.
Parallel to the plane of horizontal.
Yeah, again, Bev, I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't give a shit what the definition of a word is. As long as we understand.
But you're going to redefine a word for yourself.
No, I just want us to agree on what a word.
No, you want me to agree with your definition of horizon being a curve.
I want us to understand what each of us are talking about. What information we're trying to convey.
I'll get you a definition. I'll get you a few, actually. I think I got you them the other day.
For the 50th time.
You get your definitions out, okay? And we'll go from each of them.
You're not listening.
If you can't just go asking for a whole new definition for a word just because you want to. You are. We're giving you the definition of parallel. This is
giving you the definition of horizontal.
Of horizontal, sorry.
Humans come up with these definitions. Humans are fallible. They're not authoritative.
And we haven't falsified that yet, so there's no reason to change it.
This is mathematics. Do you not think mathematics proves
1 + 1 will be 3 when he wants it to be.
There's no horizon in mathematics. The horizon is something in reality.
No, there is horizontal within mathematics.
It is horizontal.
Right. Horizontal is defined as being in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That is the description of horizontal. Not surprisingly, there's a lot of horizon in horizontal. It's not surprising that there's anything different about it. Now, have you got any definitions of horizontal?
You're really not listening. I don't give a shit what the definition of a word is. All right?
Okay, what are you doing here then, Ruhit?
Well, let's go back to my diagram.
What are you doing here?
Let's go back to my diagram.
That's make-believe.
What are you doing here?
Let's go back to my diagram.
Why are you here?
That's make-believe.
Show you my diagram.
Why are you here?
To show you my diagram.
Yeah, your imaginary geometry
don't mean anything. Definitions don't mean anything, and your pictures definitely don't mean anything.
Don't mean anything. Yeah. Bev's talking about water and reality.
You've got horizontals. You've got horizontals intersecting.
They're not horizontals, Bev. They're angled. So not even horizontal.
No, they're horizontals then. That's not level, is it?
They're level
a long time.
What those two lines that are intersecting.
Bev, why are we letting them get away with these stupid words? He just said locally. Well, what do you mean by locally? What do you mean by locally?
Have you seen his picture? Have you seen his picture? Because those lines are intersecting at nearly right angles.
Well, it's obviously exaggerated, right? You get the point.
Yeah, well, no, but it's not obviously.
Come on. Let's be realistic here.
Oh, get Ruhif to draw a horizontal line below that picture. Just a horizontal line, without drawing anything else. Get him to draw what he thinks a horizontal line is on that picture where he's got the Earth.
They're ones that intersect.
Imagining all there is a horizontal line. There is nothing else in the universe. You can't put anything underneath it. All you can do is draw me a horizontal line.
There is no universal
No, I just want a horizontal Ruhif. Stop obfuscating. Draw me a horizontal line.
With reference to what down?
Draw. Oh my God, Ruhif.
Yeah, just have a
horizontal line regardless of anything else.
Have a look at that.
Left to right, Ruhif, a straight line. You do not know what horizontal is. My goodness.
Just used the terms left and right relative to what up and down.
Across the page.
Okay, so
yeah, that's all you need.
So my page defines what's up and down.
No, what are you
So
doing?
draw the horizontal on it.
Page. Just a minute.
Left to right, across the page.
Yeah, left to right. So now we know what up and down is. Because you've used the words left and right.
One second. Can you see in the general chat, Ruhif?
I can.
It might help Paige as well.
Children?
Right, now, we once got said this. That's a tweet. Is one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now,
With
when you
no
look at
practical, real-world demonstration.
when you look at that drawing there, what you see is a vertical that is parallel with a horizontal.
Yes.
You would go along with that, would you?
Yes.
As a statement that
those two lines are parallel. One person thinks it's horizontal, and the other person thinks it's vertical. Yet they are parallel in treating.
That's imaginometry. That.
Well, again,
Insanity is what little men in white coats should be coming and taking you away, Ruhif. The ones on the left are the same lines. They are both on the left ball. They are both horizontal. On the right ball, they are both vertical. There's nothing different about them.
They're parallel in both of them, right?
Yeah. A vertical and a horizontal are parallel.
Basic. Oh, my God.
It is basic, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, Ruhif, you realise the extension of this means that you can have a horizontal that would be perpendicular to horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes.
So you're okay. In the land that Ruhif lives in, you're quite fine with the possibility of a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal and a horizontal being parallel to a vertical.
Yes. Just as if you can have a circle where two tangents might be perpendicular to each other, right? Horizontal is just a tangent to a circle.
So did you say you could have...
You can have two tangents at right angles to each other, perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, and that means that you can have a vertical that it is parallel to a horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes. This is such basic stuff, Bev. I know Sly's been through it with you.
Okay, that was a nice tie-in with Sly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you tying in with Sly and the horizontal, vertical, parallel thing?
They can be, yeah. If you're on another quarter of the globe, yeah. It's just just draw two tangents on a circle that are perpendicular to each other.
They're not horizontal. You can't turn a tangent into a horizontal, can you?
Locally, that is what horizontal means.
Sorry?
Locally, that is what a horizontal is.
What?
Basically a tangent to the globe.
No. Like a horizontal is at an even altitude.
Yeah, so you can draw it away from the globe if you like, if that makes sense.
Wait, so you think you can draw a tangent that isn't on the circle?
It's not defined as a tangent then, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's just a straight line, isn't it? It's no longer a tangent.
The closest point.
So a horizontal that isn't on the surface anywhere, just at an even altitude, would never be a tangent.
Technically, no. But you know what I mean, right? If you're at
elevation.
elevation.
You mean technically no? What?
Well, it's not called a tangent then because it doesn't touch the circle. But you know what I mean to draw a tangent at elevation, right? You know what I mean.
No.
No.
That sounds ridiculous.
You know what I mean. I've changed
draw
the
a
definition
tangent
of everything.
with
you
a
know
horizontal
what I mean?
is ridiculous.
Let's do everything at sea level then, just to get around your retardedness, right? They're all tangents then, right? If we're at sea level.
No.
Draw a tangent.
How can you have such a big ego for someone who's so
a tangent
wrong?
to a horizontal plane?
I think Bev is full of shit and he knows it. That's why I'm here.
A tangent to a horizontal plane.
Jeez, Ruhif. Wow.
Critical things here. Hey.
A tangent to a horizontal plane, Ruhif.
Tangent to a circle.
Oh, what's a circle? The water level?
Well, a cross section of the Earth, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, is the water level? Because I did a modus tollens, you know.
What's your modus tollens?
It goes if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q.
Yes. Yep.
And then I go for my modus tollens. I say a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, therefore not Q.
I disagree.
Not Q, therefore not P.
I disagree that a water level will give you a perfect level. Not that an auto level will either.
What do you mean perfect level?
Your theoretical 1 mile long auto level will be inaccurate.
1 mile long auto level? I said what? It's
sorry,
a water
1
level.
mile long water level. Sorry.
Right.
Your water level, the longer it is, the more inaccurate it becomes.
Oh, really? To what sort of? Have you got any sort of mathematical formula for that inaccuracy of
how
the
much
level?
over a mile would it be off?
Yeah,
it'd be the drop, 8 inches mile squared.
Is that a drop from your position at the start?
Yes.
A drop.
And then if you go to the other end, it'll be a drop from that position.
Yeah, we did this the other day.
Yeah, we did. This is what I came on to talk to you about.
It was the infinite drop.
No, it's because you didn't rotate the drawing. This is what I'm trying to get you to draw on your whiteboard.
You did drop 8 inches, and then you go to the other end and you drop 8 inches back again.
No, from the start, you drop 8 inches relative to that position, and then you go to the other end and you drop 8 inches relative to that position.
Yeah, but like that's 2 drops of 8 inches.
No, it's just relative to where you are.
Yeah, but if you've dropped 8 inches, then you cannot drop another 8 inches to get back to where you were.
You can because you're down.
Wow, Ruhif, that is some non-Euclidean shit there, man. How can you drop twice to end up at the same point where you were at the start?
Because the 2 down locations that you're measuring the drop from are different. The more I talk to you, Bev, the more I'm becoming certain that you're full of shit.
Yeah, for real, because you can't.
Really?
You've been roasting yourself.
Holy shit, man. Like, okay, I'm back on the board. Come on.
Yeah, back on the board.
Let's go.
I mean, just picture yourself on a ball. Now, if you were shrunk yourself to a basketball,
just imagine, right?
8 inches, 8 millimeters.
Just imagine
one way, turned around and went 8 millimeters that way.
So imagine
it.
Imagine
Imagine.
Start with my diagram.
because I can't actually ever show it to us. We have to imagine.
Yeah, that's what my video does, is demonstrates that reciprocal shots do not intersect with each other. No,
So we have a water level
No, you've got a laser level in your room, right? Turn it off. We're drawing a diagram.
Yeah, I know.
You're conflating real world with a diagram.
I'm just giving you a down. Right?
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
down-
He just said
down
you're
is relative.
conflating real world with a diagram.
Yeah, he's got a real world auto level on the actual Earth.
That's showing
and then we're
something
drawing a
different to your
diagram.
diagram.
And then we're
So
drawing
it's
a
not
diagram
real
meant to
world.
represent the Earth.
Boom. Here we go. This is
Yeah, but don't use real world shit that you can see right in front of you. Oh my
It's
God!
okay. He conflates real world with a model, so it's all right.
You guys do
Right.
the same thing. I don't care.
You ready to this, Paige? You ready, Ruhif?
Yeah, we're on a flat Earth globe.
We've got.
Is this concept?
We're
of
in
flat Earth
reality in my little room. Indefinitely in reality.
Froze.
This
Go
is a
again.
plumb bob. This is the tool that we use in
Then
reality.
Don't draw a diagram.
What?
Why are we drawing a diagram if we're in reality?
Okay, well, all right. So this water level here goes from here to here, and it's still horizontal with this. So I guess that if we're drawing this diagram, then it's going to go over here, and it's going to be horizontal. Done. Dusted. Thank you very much.
So
Well done, Rick.
Let's line up your auto level and tell me how accurate it is compared to an auto level.
Say that again.
So let's actually measure that water level against the level that the auto level gives you.
Yeah,
Not
we have
diagram, do it.
over 100 meters. We've done that.
What's
It
the
looks like
drop
this.
over 100 meters
Looks
though?
like this with the water level here and here, right? Water level fills up like that there.
Hang on.
And then we put an auto level in the middle there. Boom. And it looks along that level that line is there, and it matches up on this side and on this side. So this is reality. This would be 100 meters. This would be 50 meters.
What's the drop over 100 meters?
Measured, none at all. Horizontal, all the way across.
0.1.
Measured.
What are you calculating?
The drop's going to be
What are you
the
calculating?
drop's going to be a millimeter over 100 meters, right?
He measured.
No drop.
No, I'm
There
telling
is
you
no
that
drop.
the
It's not there.
the theoretical drop over 100 meters is a millimeter. I don't think your auto level is within that accuracy. You've got to do it
I
over
think my
meters.
auto level is within a millimeter accuracy.
That's roughly the accuracy of it.
So you don't think my auto level can measure to 1 millimeter accuracy over 50 meters?
Over 100. It'd be pretty close
It's
to the
100
accuracy
meters.
of
The
it.
water level is
He
100
did
meters
50
from here
each.
to here.
You're not listening.
Yeah, but 50 each just means you're gonna you've negated the curvature.
That'd be a half a millimeter drop.
It's all right. That's all right. We've got this covered because Slice Bar Kane's got 16 of these. And you say there's how much drop?
Over 50 or over 100?
Over
There's
100.
There's about a millimeter
Right,
over
so
100.
he put 16 of these together. What's that? 16 millimeters?
Oh
He has a mile. He has a mile long from one end to the other. At when we put this auto level in the middle, 1 millimeter, you say, but not 1 millimeter. It can't be measured at 1 millimeter, can it? Because you're doing it. So you've put 16 together. That's 16 millimeters, right? Over 1 mile, 16 millimeters. Is that right?
About a half inch.
Is that right, Ruhif? Over 1 mile.
What is this?
I think he's talking to his talking to his kids.
Is that a half inch or 2 inches? 16 millimeters. Is that 4?
25 mil is about an inch.
Little over half inch.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. What's an inch in centimeters? 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, okay.
He's about 7.5 inches short. But I mean, Slice Bar Kane's going to measure the curvature for him. Bending water level test. Measured with 100 meter. Remember that, Ruhif? 100 meters. Everyone, remember that. Slice Bar came 16 100 meters. He's not even joining them.
There we go.
Individual.
I actually thought I turned off.
He's not joining them up.
Being done by
No. No, he did that the first time, and he had that many leaks he couldn't find.
Oh, that's right. He
So he's not
leaked all
joining
over
them
the
up.
place.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she said.
I'll let you all into the after we've dealt with all of these Muppets, because it's obvious that nobody understands what a water level is. But I mean, we've already sorted this out. Obviously, with the Kozlowski Bislin hump and the Kozlowski nutsack drop, it screws them over. There's only one model, and that ends up being a horizontal.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
My goodness, you had to just make noise all over the top of Bev while he was talking to all of us, didn't you?
No, he was not.
Burping and carrying on. Well, look, we were all listening to Bev, and you weren't muted. You were just burping and carrying on all over the top of him. So thank
Burped
you.
at the end. What are you talking about?
He was never on mute. That's what she's saying.
Whoops. My apologies. I was not on mute.
I still didn't hear anything.
Right, come on, Ruhif. Time for you to make a fool out yourself again.
All right. What are we doing?
Yeah, Ruhif.
So this is 100 meters, and you agree that there is how much drop? Do you say?
Over 100 meters, but you've got your auto level in the middle. If your auto level is in the middle,
This is right. Imagine this is a 16th of Sly's bending water level test. Tell us how much drop Sly will have from one point to the next, please.
About 1 millimeter.
1 millimeter. So if he has 16 of these all lined up in a row to make a mile, that would be 16 millimeters over the entire. No.
It accumulates.
No.
If you're at the start,
if
you're at the start, you got your first water level there. The last water level, a mile away.
Yeah, and here.
A mile away.
This.
Yeah, but you're drawing this on a flat surface. Are we on a flat surface or a globe?
This is water levels. You see how water levels
Is it
work?
a water level on a globe or a flat surface?
It's a water level,
Is it on a
like you
globe
just said, 1 millimeter. For in between each one of these, from this end to this end, you just said it, 1 millimeter. So we put 16 of them together. 16 millimeters.
No.
No? Why not?
Because in between each water level, the Earth is curving. So the horizontal between, or the line at least, between the first and the second is not parallel to the second and the third line.
No. Okay, right. Well, let's go with this. Let's do it numbers, right? You okay with numbers?
I'm completely fine with numbers.
In between 1 to 2, right? You've got 1 millimeter.
Yes.
Right? And then from 2
He doesn't
to
get it.
3.
Ruhif. He doesn't get it.
Well, what's the millimeter
Ridiculous,
drop?
man. You guys
Between, listen
Okay, well
until
then
I finish.
he can walk Bev through it, can't he? So just let him do it.
Yes.
Between
because he won't
2
get
and
it.
3.
Oh, shush, you
What?
can't say it. Shush.
All right. The line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line between 2 and 3.
No, we're just talking about the individual water levels. 1 millimeter drop between 1 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you then go and move to number 2 and calculate the drop from number 2 to number 3, it will be a millimeter.
Okay,
But
1 millimeter.
if you calculate...
Do we know which direction 1 millimeter?
Listen until I'm finished. Listen until I'm finished.
Is it 1 millimeter
Listen until
from
I'm
here
finished.
down, and then 1 millimeter from here down? Or is this one down?
If you measure the drop between 1 and 3, it will be more than 2 millimeters.
Oh, will it?
Yes.
Go on, then what will it be?
Hang on. What's the drop over 200 meters? 0.2. It will be... I need some... It'll be 2.7 millimeters. Do you know why that is?
What about 4? Let's add 4 in. Like, so from 3 to 4, we're going to have another millimeter, right?
between three, if you move yourself to number 3,
Yeah.
there'll be 1 millimeter drop between 3 and 4.
Okay, and now from 1 to 4.
1 to 4, so that's 300 meters.
Yeah.
That will be 6.1 millimeters.
Okay. Millimeter.
Oh, it's refracted actually. That's not use
5
refracted.
in here now.
Sorry.
And I can do this 1 millimeter.
Yeah, sorry. Listen, I've been reading off the refracted numbers, not the geometric numbers. So 7.1, not 6.1.
Oh,
anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it does matter because we're dealing with water levels, and that's total geometry, right? Actually, that is the geometry that we're going to be using.
Until you cite it.
So
if you cite it, there's
I've
refraction.
added number 5 in here. Okay. So what's 1 to 5?
1 to 5 will be 400 meters. Unrefracted is 12.6 millimeters.
12.6. Wow. Oh wow. 1 to 3. So that's 200 meters at 1 point. Is that a good one? 2.7. Is that the?
Hang on. 1 to 3 would be 200 meters. 3.1.
3.1. Oh, that's even better.
Can you see how the curvature accumulates?
Measurable, that though. Right.
Oh, whether you can measure 3 millimeters is a different story.
Pardon?
Whether you can actually measure it as 3 millimeters is a different story. So if you do it over a mile, you could.
Look, you seen me. You not seen me pipe?
It's
only 3. It's
How
3
is it
millimeters ID.
accumulating if it's just
Of course,
1
I can measure
millimeter?
3 millimeters.
Accumulating because
Right now, let's go to 6.
It's
Well,
accumulating.
you've accumulated 5 millimeters. That's all you've
There's a
accumulated.
There's a hump
You've
in
just
between.
added the rest of the numbers in yourself.
There's a hump.
God, this is funny.
Page.
It's
There's a hump
accumulating
in
because the
between.
line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 to 3.
Keep going.
What about 1 to 6? This is the last one. The 500 meters should do us here, Rubif, I think.
All right, 500
Yeah,
meters.
what's this one?
19.6.
19.
You're just gonna keep doing this and asking the same question, and not knowing what.
No, that's it. I'm done. I've done. I mean, I've never really had that. Actually, if we could, what would be the 1 to 16?
That would be 8 inches, right, wouldn't it? So that's 1.6 kilometers.
You've been giving us millimeters. Come on, let's have it. Let's have it all the same.
8 inches is 20 centimeters.
knew
200
that?
millimeters. It would be good, wouldn't it?
It would be good.
You-
It's
you
almost like they would know what they're doing and how to debunk the globe properly.
Shut
but
up,
they don't
Tony.
even know
You're
the
like that
globe.
little
You don't even
chihuahua
know
at
the
someone's
globe.
leg,
None of you guys even
yapping
know
and
the globe.
yapping.
You're listening
Shut
to
the
Bev
fuck
knows what he's talking about.
That 1 to 17. That's 1600 meters, right?
Yeah, which is 200 millimeters drop.
200.
Yes, not 16 millimeters. That doesn't, you don't accumulate it like that.
Level here from 1 to 1, right? There is 1 millimeter drop.
Yes.
What would the drop be from if I stood here, right? What would be the drop from 16 to 17 in your calculation?
Yeah. If you're standing at 1, it doesn't make any sense to say what is the drop between 16 and 17.
Why not?
If you're standing at 16,
It's accumulated. It's accumulated, right? From 1 to 5, there's 12.6.
Yeah,
so
because
that's
you're
1
standing
to
at
5. But look, all I'm saying is, so in between here and here, there is 7 millimeters drop.
Yeah, if you're
Right, but there's
standing,
but that's if I'm stood here, right?
yeah,
If I'm
you're
stood
standing,
here, in between these two, there's a 7 millimeter drop. But if I'm stood here, there's only a 1 millimeter drop.
right? So you're
between
asking
these
what the
two.
drop differential is between 1,500 meters and
No, I'm
16.
just pointing out how fucking ridiculous your maths is.
What's ridiculous?
You can't say that this is
It's changing.
fucking
You don't understand what you're
ridiculous.
doing. And everyone here is
Bro,
listening
it's-
to you like you know what you're talking
No,
about.
I understand I understand it completely.
No,
He's
you
making
don't.
it seem so. Bro, you are saying that the drop between 4 and 5 changes based on where the fucking monkey is. You're retarded.
Man, you guys
Well
are
done, right there.
No, Ruhif, I think
Wait,
they're stupid. I think they're
Fuck up,
retarded.
Tony.
They
Come
get
on.
this.
Let them
No,
talk.
fuck you, man.
No,
It's
fuck you.
ridiculous. You guys are
No,
sitting
fuck
here.
you.
You don't even know how to. You don't even know how to
fuck
do
you,
the math.
Tony.
You have to ask someone else.
He knows how it works. That's why he's asking these questions. That's the beauty part. If he didn't know how it worked, he wouldn't ask you the drop between 16 and 17 when you're standing at 1.
Really?
That's what
Tony,
makes
you're
it.
only getting upset because you know what Bev is saying is true, that it's ridiculous, and you're getting emotional because you just realise how ridiculous it is.
Whatever. It doesn't. I think you guys stopped mentally growing at 8th grade.
You've just exposed your fucking ridiculous model.
So Bev,
Don't even know what the globe is.
if you are standing at 1, if you are standing at number 1, and you're trying to measure the drop, the difference in the drop between the second last and the last one is 24.3 millimeters. If you are standing at the second last one, looking at the last one, the drop at that point is still 1 millimeter.
Right, so what you're assuming is if you're stood on the left, there is a drop of a millimeter to the right.
To which one? To number 2?
Well, I don't know. Like, let's say I'm stood here at this end.
Yep.
Right, where's the drop?
Back the other way.
That way.
Yeah, it's relative to where you are. It's always relative to where you are.
It's all around us, you guys.
You
just drew an M.
One direction. It's all around us.
How is it always
Hang
down?
on. If he adds up 6 millimeters together, but then between 5 and 6, it's like 12.6 millimeters. Where's the other 6 millimeters come from when you've only just gone to the 5th point? You've all of a sudden got an extra 6 millimeters of drop. Where did that come from?
You guys don't understand.
Yeah, when I say that the line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 and 3, do you understand how the drop then accumulates?
I understand that what you're trying to do is make horizontals not parallel.
No.
Yeah, because they're not.
It's the old "you don't understand" fallacy, eh, Tony? Attaboy.
No,
you learned that well over them.
We say it's curved, so therefore it's not going to be parallel. The two distances aren't going to be parallel. Is that too difficult for you guys to realize? And it's going to add distance to it?
This is not difficult stuff. Have you guys heard of the surveyor?
Can we get this? Has somebody got a screenshot of this? Because it's not often you get
this is great.
gifts
Hold
like
on,
this.
don't get rid of it. I'll take a clip it for you. Just give me a second to make it bigger.
You really are showing it.
Somebody else.
For real. Do you understand
Okay,
that
I
every
got it
single
for you,
step
Bev.
take, you're at the top of the ball?
Top of the ball is a good point, actually. A good.
We have to think up a name for.
How can you always be on the top?
Little thing.
Yeah, you guys are always on the top of the ball, aren't you?
Yeah, everyone.
Rubik's relativity rhetoric.
Shut up,
Pretty
Tony.
what it would be like
Pretty
living on a ball,
crowded
guys.
up
Come
there.
on, you can do this.
Bro, that's like living on top of the flat surface. When everybody's on top,
there's gravity.
Gravity. What?
Gravity,
That's
and everyone's stuck onto it. Everyone's
stuck.
on top.
You ever see? Yeah, we're stuck.
I gotta say,
How
stuck
can?
because you
Then
guys-
why do you need to be? If everyone's on the top, why do you need to be stuck to it?
Because not everyone's on the top. Some people are on the side. But on the side with gravity means you're on the top.
Yeah, size is relative.
So on the side is on the top.
Yeah, why do you need it
man,
to be
you
on?
guys are
Why
too
do you need to be
literal.
on
It's
the
almost like
side
you
if you're
guys
just going to say
have
the
some kind of
side is
mental block.
actually
You
the
can't-
top?
Page,
Why
size
is
is
it
relative
bothering?
Too much for you guys.
out in space with
But
their own up
if
and down.
everyone's on the top, then why are you
crazy.
bothering to add a ball underneath? If everyone's always on the top, you're on a flat plane.
Because we live on a ball, Page.
No, we don't.
You might live on a ball.
You just imagine
we
we
do. We do.
You've got
Come on,
a
Tony,
very
you don't even have any proof of that.
Yes, we do.
vivid
All the proof.
imagination
You
is
guys
what
have
you guys have.
Bro,
No, you
Your
guys
little,
just
your little.
all
You
the
just
way.
said everyone is.
Yeah, I can just imagine it in your
Do you not
beds.
get how
Everyone's on the top.
Everybody would be on the top.
Everyone's on the top, but they're stuck to it because there's some people on the sides.
I did not say that, you retard. To get what other people people are saying and relay.
Okay, why do they need to be stuck? Why do they need to be stuck
Because
to
we
it?
live on a ball.
Why do they need to
gravity.
be stuck?
And there's gravity.
Okay, so a ball, there would be like a top and a bottom. Like some people would be like stuck to the bottom.
In space, would there be? No, there wouldn't be.
Yeah. So you put a ball in space.
Like you said.
So once the ball goes into space, it's like a flat plane.
What is the top of the ball?
Yeah, it's a ball, but you can
tell me what the top.
The opposite of the bottom.
Is if it's a
right, the opposite. The opposite of the bottom.
Every square inch of that ball is going to be the top. If you want
it's a ball, but
that's a table. That's a table.
It's too much for you guys to handle.
Every square inch is the top. Yeah, that's crazy.
Man. These people I don't even know why I come to work. I love talking to you.
The only way you can make a ball a top is to spin it on a table. Bro, spin it. Bro, what do they call that dreidel? Bro, picture that thing you spin. It's called the top. The thing you spin.
It's a ball,
right?
You can imagine
so when you spin the ball, it becomes a top.
Yeah, you guys are like, you guys are just all like, I don't know. I don't get it. It's sad almost. That's why there's only like 1 million of you guys and 7
We
million
like to
of
live
us.
in reality. That's
Yeah,
what
you do. Right.
You know, we just
the 1 million.
We don't want to imagine balls in space. Thanks.
No,
we
what's
don't
great
need
is
to.
that
We're
you
all
have
on
a
the
group
top.
of people that aren't experts in any of these fields saying that they know what's going on. You guys can't even talk about refraction.
I'm an expert. You got to be an expert in a ball not having. What are you an expert on? The ball not having a top or bottom?
Refraction. You guys remember refraction?
Yeah. What's your expertise to come here and tell us?
I've been in this
The water
community
level's
longer
not
than you. That's
affected
why
by
I'm
refraction, Tony.
I'm an expert with the water level.
Refraction.
What the fuck? I've been here longer. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Oh shit! It's like my dad's bigger than your dad.
My dad can make your.
No, that's not it at all. Actually.
Do you want
Your analogies aren't good.
Do you want to come for a trip on my canal?
What it was like. I've been here longer than you. My daddy's bigger than your daddy.
Does anyone want to come for a trip on the canal?
Sure.
You'd think I'd be better at arguing, but I just get frustrated.
You would think.
It's like a brain constipation almost. I used to be really good at it, but Jesus.
Yeah, your fucking ass is jealous of your mouth from all the bullshit that comes out of it. Just shut up for a while.
See, that's probably the funniest thing anyone's ever said in here because it's such a dry ass room.
Yeah,
Go on, Bev. What are you telling us, Bev?
Right, we're on the canal.
So it might be.
We're looking down on top of the canal?
Yeah, obviously, because how do you draw it in elevation? You can do it in elevation. Right?
Yeah, so we're looking down on top of the canal. It's a triangle from the air.
Right, okay. So you're at point A, and all the sides, it's not, they're a mile sides. So call it an equilateral triangle.
Yep.
3 angles, 1, 2, 3, add up to 180 degrees. You know the deal with triangle.
Oh, well, Riley doesn't, but yeah, go.
But you're okay with that, though? Triangle,
yes.
180 degrees.
Yep.
Okay, so we're at A. Now, do you want to establish a horizontal at A?
Yep. Ooh, I already see where this is going.
Okay, so we're going to go from A to B.
Yep.
And we've established a horizontal at A. What happens? 1 mile.
Yeah, it drops 8 inches.
8 inches. From
this is going to be the same point again.
No,
it's different. You don't see it coming, Rupeth?
8
well,
inches.
The infinite drop.
Direction,
Bullshit,
right?
right?
So we're going to set a horizontal at B.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be original.
And we're going to go from B to C.
Yep.
Go on. What happens?
It will drop from B, relative to B, to C, 8 inches.
It's 8 inches in the downwards.
It will drop from level, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
It can't drop up.
8 inches down again. And then we're going to go from C back to A.
Yeah.
Our starting point.
Yeah. If you then reset where your level is at C.
You just made this thing is what are we walking on?
Let him finish, right? Let him finish.
all those level lines are not parallel. That's the problem.
Hey,
Sorry?
Difficult.
Yeah, all those level lines are not parallel.
We're on the last leg. Ruhif, please. From
Yeah,
C to
now you're
A.
going to add up the 3 lots of 8 inches, right?
Oh, down 8 inches again, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to add. You're just going to add them all together like a fucking retard.
8 inches in the downward direction again.
Relative to wherever you are standing, there'll be 8 inches drop to the other.
8 inches down.
Why don't we just
what
go?
we've done is we've started on a canal, a triangular canal, and we've gone down 8 inches, down another 8 inches, and down another 8 inches to end up at the same place we started. So we've gone all the way a trip, and we've gone down 28 inches.
That's not how you do it.
That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it.
Bro, that's what you just drew an M, like a how do you go? It's a wave, right? You're going up and down and up. There's 3 humps. Yeah, there's 3 humps on this thing. That should be 1. No humps. No humps.
But he hasn't even said yet. He's just gone down, 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 down. And then told us where, retard. But see, then you end up back at the top. Yeah, that's what he's done. How the fuck's he done that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
How do you do that?
I love it.
Down, down, down.
If you want to listen to Ruif will explain how you do that.
Yeah, you're not actually going.
Bro, that's a David Blaine trick. That's a magic trick. No, it's not.
Trick to you guys.
Going down 8 inches 3 times and then ending up where you began is not a magic trick. If you could go down 3 8-inch stairs, and if you could go down 3 8-inch stairs and end up in the back one, I'd be fucking amazed, bro. That'd be awesome.
If you don't understand, you don't understand, you don't understand. That's your big argument, Tony. You don't understand.
No, I do understand it. You guys
that's what you say to everybody. You don't understand. That's your big argument. You don't understand. Yeah, see? You guys don't understand. That's a good argument. Did you Google that, or did you come up with it yourself?
Say it again.
Bev, you there? Right. Yeah. So between A and B, there is 8 inches drop. Right? That is different to traveling down 8 inches. Right? You're not changing elevation at all between A and B.
That means no vertical change in height.
No vertical
horizontal
change in elevation. No change
in
elevation.
No vertical change is horizontal, right? That's what horizontal is. Yeah.
Elevation. No change in elevation.
Yeah, no change in the vertical.
No change in elevation.
Yeah.
Use the word that's appropriate here.
Yes.
No change in elevation.
What does the word
How
mean?
do you measure a change in elevation, please, Ruben?
Definitions are meaningless.
You guys redefine everything, so shut up.
Ruhif.
No, it's you that redefines everything.
Let us get it.
Really?
Ruhif,
You guys use perspective.
how
Perspective
do
is
you
an art
describe
term,
a change
Perspective
in
isn't even a
elevation?
fucking camera or
Change in the geopotential surface of the Earth.
Yes.
The height above the geopotential surface.
So how would you measure that?
Well, where is sea level is the usual way.
Wouldn't you just establish a benchmark and use that benchmark as an elevation, height above sea level, elevation? Right.
You guys all listen to this man like he knows what he's talking
So that's
about.
a height.
Tony,
elevation above sea level is measured as a distance?
It's a height, yeah, above sea level.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
But
Okay.
elevation.
So if that height changes, would the elevation change?
If the height changes.
Yeah.
If you're on a globe, the surface is curved, yet at an equal elevation. That's a curve. Equal elevation
if the elevation changes, is that measured as a distance?
Of height, yes.
A vertical height.
Yes.
A vertical change is how you measure elevation.
Yeah, from sea level at that local point, yes. So you might be 10 meters above sea level at one point,
Yeah.
Right. Point A, you might be 10 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
50 kilometers away, you might be 10 meters above sea level there.
Yep.
But if you look across to that with an auto level, that will be way, way below level.
What do you mean? It will be below.
Surface is
with the
curved.
same elevation, with no difference in height, but you are willing to say below.
From
how do you do that, really?
From point A. Because it's
what do you mean from point A?
If you were to fire off
below
point A,
but does below mean a difference in height?
Depends whether you're talking elevation or relative to your position.
Yes, vertical distance, height. Yes. What does your height mean, Ruhif? Please. When somebody says, "How tall are you?" or "What height are you?" what do you say? Do you say, "Oh, what do you mean? Do you mean when I'm laid down?"
Yeah, my local down, my floor.
No, when somebody asks you, "What is your height?" what do you think they mean?
How tall are you?
Right, vertical. Is that height measured vertically?
Yes.
Okay.
At your local,
So a change in vertical is what you would establish as a change in elevation.
Locally, yes. But as soon as you move, your elevation references a different point. Your elevation.
So would you not use a level to establish the change in?
No, only locally. Only locally.
Right. So what would you use not locally? And just give us an idea on how local as a distance.
You do plane surveying, differential leveling, to work out what the elevation is.
Yeah, that is a change in the vertical height from the horizontal. I know because I have an auto level, and I know how to do differential leveling.
Okay, so you know how to get accurate elevations on a globe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
On a globe, I know how to do it in reality, and it is a change in the vertical from horizontal.
This is a good experiment for you to do then, right?
It is.
Yeah,
We've just established that I know about differential leveling, and I know that level is horizontally.
Can I give you an experiment to do with your auto level?
No, because it's geometry. It is not an experiment.
My God, you arrogant bastard.
You are a retard.
Who wants to hear my experiment?
How about you go and do it, video it, and bring us back on it?
No,
we don't want to hear about
I do.
All right. Critical Think wants to hear my experiment. All right. I am on a mountain, and the elevation of that mountain is 1,000 meters.
Vertical height, that is it?
Elevation, whatever you want to call it. 1,000
is it a vertical change in distance from the horizontal?
Vertical change.
Or is it a vertical change in distance from what?
Elevation above sea level.
Mean sea level. They take
above sea level, right? Sea level is
sea level.
Sea level is what?
Can we get through this? Sea level.
Okay.
Sea level, right?
Right. Okay.
I'm on a mountain.
Right. So
and I am 1,000.
Right. So if we say this is level, and then you say you want to go 4,000.
Can you let him finish?
Is that 4,000 above the level? This level here, or this level here? Because your level's a circle, isn't it?
Right. I'm on a mountain.
Isn't this your level?
Meters.
Isn't this your level?
I'm on a mountain that's 1,000 meters above sea level.
Is this your level?
All right, I'm going to move, Bev.
Is this your level?
Mute Bev. All right, I'm on a mountain that is 1,000 meters above sea level, and I am looking across to another mountain that is also 1,000 meters above sea level, and those two mountains are 50 meters apart.
That's awesome.
All right. If I make a shot from mountain A across to mountain B, and that's level, and I shoot back from B to A, will I be shooting back down exactly the same line of sight that I shot in the first place?
Which 1,000 with your
line of sight? Yeah. You just said line of sight.
Is it at eye level? So I shoot from 1,000 meters to 1,000 meters.
He's asking on a level ball. What are you 1,000 feet from? Like the bottom?
Sea level. Sea level. It doesn't matter what the surface is.
Sea level
We're
is
not talking about. We're not talking about.
It's a spherical surface, actually. It's not just a circle.
Which point on that circle are you?
We're not talking about
which point on that circle are you 1,000 feet above?
The sea level, whether it's flat or globe.
So now all of a sudden the Earth doesn't matter. When Bev had to tell you what he was referencing on his pictures before, now it's all of a sudden the ground doesn't matter. What?
If I'm at 1,000 meters above sea level, regardless
Yeah,
of
but where's
flat
your
or
sea
globe,
level
right?
from?
Fucking sea level, where the water is.
It's a curve.
We're not sure what the shape of the Earth is right now.
Which
Right?
point of the curve are you measuring your level from? Your level is definitely curved, isn't it? It's not a straight line. Can't be a straight line, can it? Because dreaded, think about it. What would happen if level was a straight line?
We haven't done the experiment.
Can you imagine? Imagine what would happen.
Oh
my
God.
Finish.
Yeah, come on.
Can't be, can it?
Right. I'm at
Those
1,000 meters.
implications, they're awful.
He's not going to address
terrible.
level.
I know.
Child abuse stuff. You know,
Let him finish.
I'm at 1,000
Let him
meters.
finish what?
And
Imagining.
my experiment. I've only got like the first line out.
It's an experiment. Is it a geometry experiment?
Let him talk about his experiment.
It's geometry experiment. Love it. Carry on. Carry on, Ruhi.
thinks it's an experiment.
All right, so I'm at 1,000 meters and I have my auto level. And I shoot across to something that's only 50 meters away, but also 1,000 meters of elevation. All right.
All still lines, this. Distances and lines.
We've just got our auto level out. We don't know what shape of the Earth is. We've just got our auto level.
Geometry. Yeah.
We're in the real world taking a shot with our auto level.
Yep.
50 meters
Doing
away,
geometry.
Right? Whatever. We've just got our auto level. And then
I'm waiting for the experiment.
Yeah, because you keep talking. We'll get there. All right. Okay. Then we go to point B, where we shot to, and we shoot back to point A. All right. Will that shot be straight down the barrel of our original shot?
Straight down the barrel. Are you shooting a gun?
Let's say we have two auto levels, actually. That's probably a better way to do it. We have auto levels.
What's the dependent and independent variable, Ruhi?
Say again?
What's the dependent and independent variable?
No, we're just doing a
Hey, Ruhi. How straight a line is, I think.
We're out in the real world. We have two auto levels.
Yeah, Ruhi. Do you think
observation?
Do you think surveyors can make? Do you think surveyors can make a horizontal plane, Ruhiv?
This, if we have two auto levels, they are 50 meters apart.
With one auto level?
What are you manipulating?
If we have two auto levels at the same elevation and they are 50 meters apart, will you see the other auto level?
What are you manipulating, Ruhi?
Whoever you are.
The curve.
If we have two auto levels pointing at each other 50 meters apart at the same elevation, will the crosshairs show the other auto level? Will the other auto level be the crosshairs of the other one?
Do you think it's possible for a surveyor to create a horizontal plane, Ruhiv?
Is that delete
with an auto level?
All right, so no one wants to answer the question. We've got two auto levels pointing at each other at the same elevation.
Why have you got two auto levels pointing at each other?
Just answer
This
the
is
question.
answering your question.
It's not
Ruhiv.
difficult.
Do you think surveyors can create a horizontal plane with one auto level?
Can you not answer the question? They're 50 meters apart.
Well, this is
at
the
same
answer to your
elevation,
question.
And they're pointing at
Do
each
you think
other.
they can
Will
do
you
it?
see the other auto level?
You're using the tool for the wrong thing, Rohit.
They would be perfectly level and horizontal to the millimeter. Yes, Ruhif.
Yes.
Perfectly horizontal.
Right. So
bang on, right on the crosshairs.
Excellent.
Even though you can't see through the crosshairs of the scope. And I don't know why you'd be wanting to look into the scope of another auto level. Only a retard would want to do that. But hey, we've heard plenty of them today. So yeah, get your two auto levels and look like a fucking muppet and point them at each other over 50 meters. They will be horizontal, both of them.
Then what I'll do, Bev, is do it over 5 kilometers. What do you think will happen then? Will they be level as well?
You get sacked for one. You get laughed at for two. And 3, we'd all be going, what's that Muppet doing?
All right, so
please film it. Please film
over
it.
50 meters, it's okay.
At what point does it turn into an experiment?
No, we're just doing an observation. At what point do they not start pointing at each other, and why?
Oh, so now he's changed.
That was what we asked you. At what distance? At what distance can you falsify?
I've done it over 5Ks.
You falsified level being horizontal.
A falsified levels being.
Well, you falsified a water level not being a tool for establishing a horizontal.
You look through an auto level. Over 5K, Roo, if you've shot it. And you thought that was accurate.
Do they not point to each other?
Roo,
if you look
through an auto level over 5K.
Do you know how far the
distance
is?
It's optical, Roo, here. If you're using it
I
for
want
the
you to tell me
wrong
why that
thing.
distance is a limit. There's light, like the light. Yeah, why?
Can you?
Because they can't read the stick.
Why?
The
can't read the rod because it's too far away.
Why does the instruction manual say you can't use it over long distances? Does the light like check into the auto level and go, "Oh, I've been traveling for quite long"?
Can't read
the instruction manual.
I have read the instruction.
Yeah, I'm sorry, God.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so
surveyors, professional surveyors.
Do they stop pointing to each other?
Yo, Rohit, over here. Professional surveyors don't use fucking auto levels over 5K.
Anyone?
Do you think the bloody light bounces off the staff room here?
I don't understand what the tool is designed for.
Back in the auto level.
He's making too much sense. He doesn't want to hear you.
Do you know why?
Jesus, come on, Ruhif. Come on.
Can you hear me by chance?
You're giving Aussie a bad name, Ruhif. Come on, seriously, my friend.
Ruhif, can you hear me?
Ruhif, he's got everyone
muted, by the way. I've got Bandit, Kitty, and Paige muted.
Why would you mute me? Oh yeah, he doesn't want to hear it. Makes sense. Well, for everybody else,
what the fuck's he doing in here? A guy that doesn't know fuck all has got everybody muted.
For everybody else,
for what fucking reason?
He's stopping us from talking to each other. That's what he's doing. He's trying to take up our time and make sure we can't talk to each other.
All right.
You mean that can hear me?
Talking over
Everybody
each
else
other.
that can hear me. Professional surveyors don't use auto levels over a 5 kilometer distance. The rule of thumb is 50 to 75 meters max.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a tool designed to do a job, a very specific job.
Professional surveyor and ask them what shape the Earth is.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
So Jesse Kozlowski
personal beliefs don't mean anything to their job.
Jesse Kozlowski, that's his job. And he measures the curve of the Earth. So if you want to take notice of
the curve of the Earth,
then you should listen to professional surveyors.
We went through his video, Critical Think, and tore it apart. They've absolutely demolished his pathetic effort.
No,
that's shreds.
No, that's not right. If you said something after that, I wasn't there to defend it. If you said something after that, so it's very easy for you to come up. It's very easy for you to come up with a whole lot of rubbish with no one there to defend themselves.
We just did it 2 days ago. Like, it was only a couple of days ago, Critical Think.
Critical Think, I've talked to lots of surveyors as well as people that build and sell the equipment, and I even talked to an engineer about water levels over down in the United States. So what's your point?
Yeah, what's your point? Why can't
to talk to surveyors? I've talked to almost
not designed for that.
So a surveyor says when a surveyor says you can't do something, a surveyor also says the Earth is a globe. So are you going to take notice of the surveyor or not?
Surveyors saying you can't
we've got surveyors who don't agree with that.
They're
They
flat
think level
earthers.
is horizontal.
No, they're not real surveyors.
Surveyors saying you can't do critical things.
Yeah, guys that you just stop in the middle of the road, you know, and stop and go and talk to them, and they're doing their job, and you go and ask them, is level horizontal? And they say yes. Oh, so it's not
That
curved.
doesn't mean
No,
that
it's
the
not.
Earth is
Okay,
not
thanks,
curved.
mate.
That just means that where they are, level is horizontal. Excuse me, can I finish a sentence? They just say level is horizontal where they are. Of course it is. You ask them that question, that's what they say. They're not saying that the Earth is flat. That's not what they're saying. Did you ask them?
27 miles of water level.
You got your answer,
Then
Paige.
27 miles of water level will be horizontal
you got
because
your
level is
answer.
horizontal.
You got your answer, Paige.
We don't actually say that the Earth is flat, though. You realize that, right?
Paige, he said that level is horizontal. That's the answer. It's the right
Yes, that's what I said to him. Water is level, level is horizontal.
At the point you're standing at, on the Earth, as you move away, the level line is no longer the same horizontal line as it was before.
Are you suggesting you can have a horizontal at a point?
You've tested
No,
this,
that's
have you?
not what it means, and stop trying to say that.
Definition of a point.
So how long is this
You
horizontal?
said a critical thing, not Bev. You said a point. Horizontal. At a
I
point.
said the level line is horizontal at that place. It is not the same horizontal as where you move on the globe. It isn't. They are not parallel lines.
To the left, it's no longer horizontal to that first point. You're a
That's
fucking
correct.
muppet. You're
That's
a
correct.
muppet. You're
No,
an
it's not.
absolute
No, you
muppet.
measure it. You go out there and measure it.
Horizontal is a straight line, right?
Actually do. You fucking muppet.
A horizontal is a straight line, critical think.
Yes, that's right. It's a straight line. Of course it is.
If you have a horizontal at a point, can you be holding a straight line that extends out infinitely?
Yeah, why not?
Would that be horizontal?
Only horizontal to you. It's not horizontal to somebody on
line
10 miles away.
that you are holding, is it horizontal?
Horizontal for you at your point.
Horizontal
horizontal is perpendicular.
It's a horizontal line then.
As you move away from your position, the direction of down changes, the direction of the horizontal will change.
That horizontal would be a line, would it not?
The horizontal is a line where you are at. It is a line, of course, but when you move away, it is a different line.
Brilliant. So
It
that
is a different
horizontal line that extends out infinitely, can you put a vertical perpendicular to that horizontal?
Yeah, but what would it? It has no meaning. On a globe,
It has no meaning. It is a vertical that is perpendicular.
Vertical is local. When you're on a sphere, vertical constantly changes direction. It is local.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
You're saying that it's not vertical if I move away from it.
It is vertical, but it's not parallel to you. The other vertical that is a distance away. They're not parallel.
What are you talking about parallel for? Right. Is the vertical, wherever you have a vertical, is that perpendicular to horizontal?
It's perpendicular to the horizontal where you are standing.
Vertical
It is not
is perpendicular to horizontal.
Let me finish. It's not perpendicular to the horizontal 10 kilometers away.
What?
Right?
Vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal 10 kilometers away.
The vertical, then you're confusing the issue. Let's just take at the point you're standing, there's a vertical.
Right, there is
and then
vertical
there's
and horizontal, right?
Yeah, there's a vertical and horizontal. At 10 kilometers away, there's another vertical and horizontal. They are not perpendicular to each other or parallel to the A and B are not parallel.
Okay, so can I get that picture out earlier that did you see Ruhif with it? you want me to get it again? I'll get it again.
The one I had, Bev?
No, with the one with the vertical
paper?
here. I've got it. I've got this one.
Yeah, the one Brew Hiff drew with
in
the
the general
filtered
chat.
horizontals.
It's a different one. See this KC, she's a very, very, very geniusly clever geometry teacher from Canada.
Don't hold that against me, though.
Yeah, I think she might be from the French side, because what she said was one person's horizontal. You're from the French bit?
No.
Okay.
I'm the West
She says one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Was that critical thinking? Do you want to do some thinking? What do you reckon to that?
If one person is, 90 degrees on a globe, I think that you're talking about, so that one person's horizontal yeah, okay. One person's horizontal
Look at the picture, bro.
Is parallel
Look
to
at the picture, man.
I'm looking at the picture. Can I talk?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on.
This one, it says this makes perfect sense. Is that what you're talking about?
It says to a baller, this makes perfect sense.
Right.
So what Casey says, you can read her words there. She tweeted, one person's horizontal is another person's vertical.
I heard that the first time. Now, if you give me a chance to respond, I can.
Off you go.
Now, what that means, when I look at that picture, one person's vertical is parallel to another person's horizontal. Right? She's left out the word parallel.
Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Carry on. So,
well, what else do you need to say about that?
What, that you can have vertical and horizontal being parallel?
Yes, of course. If you look at the picture, why can't you see that?
Okay, right. So the implications of that means that you can have a horizontal intersecting with a horizontal perpendicularly, right? So you can have a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal.
Of course you can, because they're 90 degrees apart on the surface of a sphere. And if the horizontal...
Yes,
of course
I do. I understand.
How would you measure that?
Wait a minute. In your model, you can have that, right? Now, let's try that in reality. Do you think...
It's been tried in reality and it's confirmed. Every surveyor that's a geodetic surveyor can confirm that with their reciprocal angles.
Who have you got any names?
Larry Scott, Jesse Kozlowski, main surveyor.
Those came out quick.
You got 'em on, are you another one of those people that have them all on speed dial?
He's got a Rolodex.
Larry
Scott.
Larry needs to come and have a talk.
You need to look into this shit for yourselves, man.
Man, I've looked into it for myself. I look into it for myself all the time.
No, man, you're trying to shoot 26 kilometers away with the theodolite, bro. You don't have a
There's
clue.
nothing wrong with that.
You don't have. You're an idiot then, because that's not what the tool is designed
There's nothing
to
wrong
do.
with it. When you understand what you're doing, it's the idiots who don't understand.
I do understand what is being done. You do not understand what the tool was designed to do. That
you
is
don't
your flaw.
understand how the tool works. You probably don't even understand how it's calibrated. You probably don't even understand what it does. So why are you trying to tell me?
Yeah.
Figured how you didn't know how it was calibrated
Critical
earlier.
think, do you know who you're talking to?
Gods, I've got another question for you to ask the surveyors, right? Sure. Do they know how to move the crosshairs in their scope?
Do they ever do it too?
Yeah. Is that how they calibrate their level? Okay. That's right. Critical think, right?
What do you ask me?
I already told you guys, don't call him critical think anymore.
I'll call some more.
Right, you can move the crosshairs.
Of course you can, yes.
right? Not just by moving the auto level round in a circle, like
the whole apparatus.
Yeah, that's correct. And I've put the pictures in the general chat of the adjustment mechanism and the manual that says how to adjust it.
I'm sure crooked crosshairs are definitely the most accurate and consistent way to go.
Yeah. Do you find the tilt of the horizontal within adjusting your crosshairs?
What?
Yeah. Can you adjust your crosshairs to find the tilt? Because that's what Jesse's after trying to, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What, the tilt?
There's the what's the tilt?
Well, you know that when you use surveying techniques, you can only measure from a point to a point, right? So you can't actually measure a curve. It's what we call impossible. So rather than looking for the curve, Jesse quite wisely has had a word with Bilu, and he's now looking for the tilt. Right?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I know. I don't
I
expect
can't comment.
Critical
geometrically illiterate people to
critical think.
So he uses a theodolite. I'm presuming that's what I'm thinking you're talking about.
We're
What
talking about using an auto level.
Or an auto level is different.
Jesse doesn't use an auto level.
He normally uses a theodolite.
He can't imagine. He usually. Oh, so you know what he usually.
Aha.
What's the big difference between a theodolite and an auto level? Do you know?
The theodolite measures angles accurately. The auto level has one function, and that is to measure level. It has a reticule that you can use to estimate angles.
Estimate angles?
Interesting.
Did Ruhif tell you to do that?
Within a millimeter, right?
Hairs.
What about your grade rod? Do you see your grade rod 26 kilometers away?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just going to ask, are surveyors able to make
your grade rod 26 kilometers away?
Surveyors don't try to prove flat or round Earth because they know already.
No, they don't.
That's right. They know the answer. So a geodetic surveyor would not use an auto level over that distance because there's no purpose. There's no purpose to use it like that except to show you people that the Earth is curved.
Then you have no idea how perspective works.
If you knew how perspective works, then you can tell me why does not the ocean rise to eye level?
Because it's
pardon?
It's on a plane.
Because your
no,
aren't on the ground.
No. You don't answer a question like that. Because that's a double loaded.
I got no problem.
I know it
is.
That's like saying you still beat your wife.
You know what? I will put my eyes on the ground.
You still beat your wife?
I will put my eyes, and the horizon will be at my eye level.
What about if your eye level is 15 meters above the ground?
Then the horizon is 15 meters below my eye line.
In the distance, why doesn't the
whatever
ocean...
distance it is? But the thing is, I can't tell that distance exactly.
He's talking about the ground.
I know.
Well, the ground could rise up in front of you.
My eyes aren't on the ground. My eyes aren't on the
15 meters above the ground at one point, 15 meters in front of you, there could be a wall. Right? So you can't see.
Yeah. No, I know.
So make sure you confirm with this Muppet that when he says ground, he means water level.
So in 100 miles away, for example, how high would 15 meters look? Would it be smaller than
the Suez Canal? Like the Suez Canal.
So what?
Like 100 meters along the Suez Canal.
I have to go now. So sorry about that.
Oh, what? Isn't it early for you right now?
No,
Yeah,
look,
it's only 3
not-
p.m.
Yeah. So I have to go. I've got other things to do, but thanks for chatting.
Oh, well, hey, yeah,
Thanks for popping
it was
by.
good talking to you. But I'm going to tell you right now, critical think.
Yeah, we
You've
had a
been
laugh.
around a long time. Your name needs to be changed because I am no longer going to call you critical think.
You do whatever you think is great. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir.
And
I'll speak
just
to
keep
you
it
time.
polite, and we're all good.
Yeah. Pop by sometime.
I've been nothing but usual with you, sir.
We'll teach you how to do some surveying at some point, right?
I'll teach you how to do some surveying too.
Oh, will you? Brilliant.
Yes, indeed.
Game on.
Okay.
Keep it local. Like that might be a catchphrase.
Fine,
that.
local. Sorry, I had to change headsets. I hope this one's not.
Keep it local. We need a meme.
Local.
DP needs to make a meme with that. Keep it local.
Ruhif's still hanging around. I noticed he
It's been a
tried
busy
to
day, huh?
come back with
Busy?
the angular
yeah.
change of the auto level. I mean, is that the new call that's gone out? Ruhif, have you sent that one out?
I think the call, the call for the last 2 days I figured out is they're really pressuring you to show them the completed test to prove that the Earth is flat.
They're trying to get the distraction, right? Because Ruhif has made a massive boob in saying that an auto level measures an angle. Like he misrepresented what the stadia hairs are for on an auto level, and said he pointed it out across some water from his mate's living room, and
yeah, like 37 kilometers or something. Like, what are you guys talking about? That's not what the things.
He drew an angle on though. That was the big bad. Because it's an auto level, and auto levels aren't meant for that. And ever since I keep seeing these people popping up, and they keep showing pictures of auto levels looking out over massive distances over the horizon.
Bev, are those stadia hairs there for you to get a rough estimate of distance, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Right.
You want me to put that picture back in again? You can have a look.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It does take a bit of getting used to the understanding of it. Right now, Slice Barcane, I don't know if you've ever seen his videos. He puts this out. He likes to think he's being very clever with this, because I put this picture out on Twitter and said I think he's at 60 meters away. Now, I did that as a test, just to find out what they knew about this tool, because I'd never heard anybody do it. So we'll go over it, right?
Was he able to tell you how far away he was, or he got it all wrong?
I said 60 meters, which I knew was wrong, because we'd measured it out.
Yep.
Yeah, we'd measured it out right on the floor.
Yep.
So we actually knew the distances that we were at. So if you look in that scope, I mean, this was before we could do it properly. We've now got a better camera and a better zoom setup and all that, better way of doing it. But you can see that the center hair about his right hand, that's the horizontal, and that's marked at 250 something, 230 or whatever. But the above and below that, there are two shorter hairs, right? They're called stadia hairs, and they're at a ratio, right? They're set at a ratio of 1 to 100. So, because you have an object like the staff he's holding right there, And that has a known distances. They're all marked on the stack. And that's a bit of it's marked at the 0.5 centimeter mark. So it looks like there's more on that one. So they're 5 millimeters each of the little marks. But this is a good picture because you can see at the bottom one there, that bottom line is right at the line where the yellow meets the white. Now that's a 1 meter marker, that line where the yellow meets the white one. So you've got a 0
why
mark
it goes to
there.
0. Yep.
You've got 0 at the bottom. So all you need to do, there's no maths involved because you just measure the top one. And the top one's around 5, right? So you can say from that, call that 50 centimeters, half a meter, that you times that by 100 and it turns into 50 meters. So that simple little times 100 calculation.
And you said it was 60, didn't?
And I said it was 60. Yeah, it tested
right. Did any of them pick it up?
Yeah. They still use it now. Sly uses it as though I didn't know what I was talking about. But what I did was I found out. Right now, see now the implication of this is, as he moves further away, the compression occurs around that center point and more numbers fit into it. So as he goes further back, 60, if he goes to 60 meters, there will be 60 centimeters within that thing. So you can sort of estimate distance with that. But when they say that, what they actually mean, because things in the distance, like big distance, get magnified and all sorts of weird shit happens. So that is only an estimation within the working operative range. Now, can you see that we're in a car park there, and that is 50 meters? Right at the back, there's some boards. Now, they are about 250 meters.
Yeah, so you can't even make them out.
Right, so what we would do is we moved that auto level, that staff, all the way back to that wall. Now, as you can see, the hair there is, it's not brilliant, but I mean, as you're looking through it, you do get a better view than the camera gives you, because the camera makes it a bit longer, and what we've sorted it. But as he goes back, because the hair, that little line, is within the lens, as everything shrinks in the distance, obviously the line, the crosshair, doesn't shrink at all. So more and more of that line fits into that line, right? So at that 250 meters away,
was it 25 centimeters?
Struggle to be able to look and see with that hair 3 to 5 mil. You could probably guess it around 5 mil, but that's all you'd be doing. You'd be guessing.
Are we talking about stadia hairs now?
No, we'd be talking about the actual measurement hair.
Yeah.
Hang on.
On the grade rod. On
the grade rod, you wouldn't be able to read it. So that was the test that we did first off when we first got the optics, right? We obviously, if you want to be millimeter accurate, you have to have your rod guy within the range where you can read a millimeter. If you can't read millimeter accurately, then there's no point.
Can Bev? Does Bev still have you muted?
Oh, I don't know. Do you have Ruhif muted, Bev?
No.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Yeah, while he was talking, he could hear you fine.
Okay, cool.
Why interrupting?
Interrupting. I could hear you.
We hear you.
Yeah, well, I didn't know I was interrupting. So
Did you have me unmuted? Did you hear me?
I do. I unmuted everyone.
Okay.
Now that
So
no
when-
one can answer the question.
When you could hear me talking, you could hear me talking.
Yeah, but I didn't know whether
Did you
I
think
was
your
interrupting
words were more
you. I don't know
important?
whether you had me muted.
That still means you interrupted him because you could hear him talking. So it didn't matter
If he
whether
can't-
he could hear you
he
or
can't-
not. You're still interrupting
I'm
him,
not
aren't you?
Oh, Paige, whatever.
But you are because you're interrupting me being able to hear him. So yeah, it is still an interruption. You just
We're talking about your auto level, Bev, and the
We've
stadium
just been
marks.
talking about it. We've done it, right?
Was the result
Did I mention angle once?
I don't know. Do you
I
think
wasn't.
that there is an
Ruth,
angle?
if I wasn't talking to you,
I'm going to speak anyway. The angle between the stadium
I know
marks.
you weren't here. So why would I be asking you if I'd mentioned angle once?
Is the angle between the stadium marks 10 milliradians? Yes or no?
No.
No. Then how are you getting a distance?
Like I've just said, you look and you read the numbers. That's what you do.
Right. So that on your picture, there's 50 centimeters, is it? Right. There's 50 centimeters on your picture.
Have a look.
How do you
think?
get? Yeah, it looks like 50 to me. How do you get 50 meters from that? How
What
get
you
50
do
meters
is you
different?
measure and then you times it by 100 because there is
Why?
a
Why?
ratio of 1 to 100 built in
Right, and what does the
to the
ratio
stadia
mean?
hairs.
Jumped in here, right? You just kind of jumped in here, right?
Yeah. What does the ratio mean, Bev?
And
yeah, while we're in the middle of.
I've already explained it, Ruhif.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
address the fact that
They just pull it out of their ass.
26 kilometers away. This guy's shooting 250 meters, maybe 50 meters, maybe. You're talking about using this thing 26 kilometers away, so you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah,
Shut
I
up.
wouldn't use it at 250 meters.
Where does the
I'd say
100 to 1
I'd
ratio
say
come from?
I could go to
Yeah, you couldn't
100,
even read
but I'd
those
do
signs.
50. I'd do 50.
Yeah, that was
Where
pretty
does the
easy to
ratio
read
come
there.
from?
I know, but he just came in here to jump in, and he doesn't even know what's going on, and he's the one trying to use the tool 26 kilometers
wrong
away
way.
without a grade rod. So
Yeah.
shut up.
Bev,
You
where
don't
does
know what
the
you're
ratio
talking about.
Bev,
What's
where does
the
the
effective
ratio
range?
come from?
What's the effective range of the instrument?
Where does the ratio come from, Bev? 100 to 1. Where does it come from?
No.
Comes from out the manual. It's in every
Why is it in the
surveying
manual?
tool. A ratio of
Why?
1 to
Why is
100.
it in the manual? Do they just pull a number out of their ass and go, oh, let's just fucking stick 100 to 1
No,
in
they
there?
they put it on every scope so they know they can measure an average distance quickly.
Yeah, how do they measure the
They
distance?
factor
Not
it
an angle.
in to the optics of
Yeah,
the
because
scope.
it's 10 milliradians between the two stadium marks. That's where the 100 to 1 comes from.
Fantastic.
So it does measure
Now,
angle.
how does that help you?
I can measure a vertical angle with it.
You can measure a vertical angle
Yes.
from
Because of the
what?
stadium marks.
But
Between the two
we're
stadium
not
marks is
talking
10 milliradians.
And
create a horizontal.
Say again?
so you can measure an angle.
Yeah, I can measure an angle because the distance between those marks is 10 milliradians.
Right, Ruhif? You can measure an angle.
With an auto level, yes, you can.
Brilliant. You can. I wouldn't bother. Now, can you tell me what would the use of that
Yeah,
angle?
well, the question wasn't would you, can you?
What would you do with that angle?
Measure
Please.
it. Yeah, and I can convert a height of 50 centimeters, therefore, into a distance of 50 meters. That's what I can do with it.
You'd need to measure. You need to have a measuring.
Yeah, if I had a rod, yeah, if I could measure
So
the
you
height.
haven't got a rod. You just measuring an angle. You know, like when you did your picture when you were in your mate's room and you looked out over that water, right? you could measure an angle, and then go on, and then
match it to predictions of what we should see on a globe.
What? An angle?
Match it. Yes.
You match an angle prediction.
Yes.
What, and what's the angle?
As in, what angle did I measure? If you go back and look at my video.
What angle did you predict? Or what angle did you match it with? Because that's all you would have. You had an angle.
Yeah.
Okay, now...
And I can predict what the angle should be given my elevation.
The angle to what?
To the horizon.
From where?
From my elevation. I was...
So from a certain height of a horizontal established at a certain height.
Yep.
You can predict an angle...
To the horizon, yes.
Okay. And...
Why are you laughing, Rob? I don't understand why you're laughing at that.
Come on, what are we doing with this angle, Ruhif?
Because you're...
We're matching it to predictions.
What does this prediction match?
The measured angle?
It's a measured angle.
Yes. My measurement matched a prediction.
The prediction match. The prediction of the prediction match the measurement. What are you talking about?
Wait, no, let's not go too fast, right? You've got an angle.
Yes.
Right, now, what do you do with an angle?
I match it and see if it matches my prediction if we're living on a globe.
Right, now, an angle is just the division of a circle into parts. Yes?
Yes.
So I've got an angle.
Yes. Can you do the geometry to predict what the angle should be on a globe?
No, because you would need a length of a side, at least, you know, just to give you a little bit of something. But having an angle is fucking useless.
You don't need a length. You don't need a length.
An angle.
You don't need a length. You just have to have an angle. You can. Do you not know the geometry to work out the angle?
To work out the angle of what, Ruhif?
If you are at a certain elevation and you are looking at the horizon, do you not know how to work out the angle from level? This is I thought you were the geometry king.
An angle is all you've got, Ruhif.
Yes, and I can make a prediction with the geometry as to what the angle should be.
Just draw it for us.
Oh, fuck. No,
yeah, go on. All you've got is point A. Please draw me your angle and tell me your prediction.
Hang on.
In fact, have I still got my camera on? I think I'll have a go.
Yeah, you draw it. I haven't got a freaking whiteboard.
Maybe you should invest in one, sunshine.
Right.
How about you do the drawing?
This is going to be interesting. DP. Right. DP, he's got an auto. Right? Yeah. He's looking an auto. Yeah.
Yep.
And we're establishing a horizontal, are we?
Yep.
Are we establishing a horizontal?
Yep.
With the auto level?
Yes. Draw a horizontal. All right. Now draw a globe underneath you, dude.
No. We've got an angle.
Yeah. Draw a globe underneath you, dude.
It's like, this is it.
What's that?
That's an angle.
Draw a globe underneath your guy.
No. This is.
Yeah, I know you're scared.
Got an angle.
I
your
understand
angle is measured from within this piece here.
Yeah.
This is where you're looking. You're looking through there, looking at one of the lines in the end of this scope.
Yes.
and you're measuring an angle. I don't know how you do.
Draw a globe.
You're just looking at some lines in an auto level, but you've got an angle.
Terrified. Absolutely terrified.
No, this is it.
Okay, then draw a globe. Draw a globe under it.
I could draw a ball.
Yeah, draw a globe under it. Under the guy.
Oh, another one.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You guys look up to this guy?
We've got an angle. Come on.
Brewhead is right. 2 straight lines coming out of that theodolite is all you've got. That even if you drew that line underneath going diagonal down to the ground, that's your angle.
Yeah, that's it. Come on.
That's your angle. That's all you've got, Brewhead.
Do you not know geometry?
Do you not know geometry? The fact
You've got an angle. Come on. 2D geometry, but then using it to do depth.
No.
Hang on a second.
Come on, Ruhif. Your angle. What do we do with this? How do we use this angle that we've got?
Draw a line of sight from the theodolite to the horizon.
There. It's just a line.
That's horizontal. That's horizontal. Draw a line to the horizon, which you will need to draw a globe for.
Why?
Because that's what I'm asking you to do.
No, this angle that you've measured when you look through the scope of this here. See the lines? They're in there, right? They're in between. They're in between here and here. So when you are looking through here and you are measuring an angle between the lines, they are here.
Yeah.
Right? So the angle you are measuring is in here.
Yeah. And the light coming in at an angle goes through those stadia lines. Right? Light comes in at an angle.
That's where you measure your angle. Yeah. So that's your angle.
So light comes in.
What sort of an angle would you measure?
Light comes in at an angle.
Did you say 10 millirads?
10 milliradians between the top and the bottom stadia marks, yes.
Right, there you go. There you go. Now, what do we do with that?
Well, draw a line between.
You've already got your 2 lines, so this is the angle. How do you need? You don't need that much line for an angle.
Extend that line of sight to the horizon.
Yeah, these are lines.
I know they're lines.
Well, you can extend a line in geometry infinitely.
This is why Sly says you're full of shit, because you just play dumb.
Imagine your lines. The angle is all you need is this little bit here. Yeah. You can imagine these lines going as long as you want in a straight line.
Extend that lower line to the horizon.
Just imagine. Tell us the geometry and how we're going to use this angle
of it. It won't change the angle, Ruhif, no matter how far he draws that line. What is wrong with you?
Go on, you're drawing it. Your angle. Because I think you said the other day, Ruhif, that it's a 3-part equation and you need 2.
Yes, you need 3 to. If you want to get angular size of something, you need the distance and the size, right?
Right.
You agree.
And so far, what you've got is an angle. So what do you do with the angle?
I compare it to what I predict.
Okay. Because when we did it the other day, and in that picture,
I don't think you can do the geometry.
We had the distance, didn't we? So therefore we could estimate another distance. So we had 2 distance. We had an actual measuring rod, and with that we could do the other measuring, right? So we didn't really need the angle, but you've got the angle. Now, what do you do with your angle?
I calculate
You're
what it
demonstrating.
On a globe.
You don't know geometry.
No, I don't think Bev knows this geometry. I guarantee you can't do this geometry.
You said the 10 millirads between those stadia hairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing with those 10 millirad? Let's go with that.
The angle.
You measure an angle of 10 millirads.
No, there's 10 milliradians between the 2 stadia hairs, and my measurement, I think, was like 4.5 or something below eye level.
You just said 10.
Yeah, it's 10.
I asked you what angle you had. You said 10. And I asked you then, what are you going to do with that angle?
The angle?
And that's where you stalled. Once you realised You can't do fuck all with an angle.
The angle between the two stadium marks is 10 milliradians. The horizon was about 4.5 from memory. 4.5 milliradians.
So you've
below
got an
eye
even
level.
smaller angle now.
Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
I've answered that 10 times. I'm comparing it to predictions. What is the predicted angle on a globe if you are at 70 meters elevation? I guarantee you that you cannot do that geometry.
How did the predictions get done?
Wouldn't that depend on how far you are away from it?
No, depends on your elevation.
So that angle, like, because look at this here.
Depends on your elevation, that's all. And the radius, obviously.
This.
Yeah, draw that under the auto level.
See the way this works? These angles, right? As they get further out, they get bigger.
Make that your globe.
They get bigger.
Put that circle underneath the feet.
They're really, really small here, close in.
I don't think you can do
And then
this, Bev.
as they get further out,
I
they
guarantee
get
you
bigger.
can't do this, Bev.
So they get bigger, and then you've measured an angle.
Can you?
Right, so how do you tell how far this line is when your angle gets bigger?
I reckon you cannot make a
You've
prediction. on a
only
globe.
got a angle, Ruhif.
Yeah, can you
What
make a
do you
prediction on a
do
globe?
with an angle? Because you do realise that triangles are what you use to measure distances and
Yeah, and
angles.
I don't think you can
Right?
do this.
And you've only got an angle. How can you make a triangle with one angle? All you've got is two straight lines.
Bev,
You've not even got a length of one of those straight lines.
we've got the radius of the Earth. Right? The Earth is,
Fuck all, Ruhif.
Bev, listen,
In fact, you've got even less than fuck all because you haven't even got a clue what you're going to do next.
No, I do. I reckon you don't. If I give you a geometry challenge, I guarantee you can't.
We've already given you the challenge, and that challenge is, what the fuck do you do with an angle?
I compare it to predictions.
Go on.
Right?
Wow.
Now,
And
this is
how
the
were
part
the
I reckon you
predictions
cannot do.
made?
With geometry.
No,
If the
what
Earth has a
are the
radius.
predictions?
Show us what they did.
The prediction is if the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers and you are at 70 meters elevation, what is your prediction for the angle down to the horizon? I guarantee you cannot do it.
Wait, go on. Are these tables out there? Who's
No,
wrote these tables?
Simple geometry.
It's simple geometry.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Really simple geometry.
Go on.
No, I want you to do it. I'll give you as long as you want.
I'm asking you really
As long as you
simple
beg the
geometry.
question.
Give us a geometry lesson and show
no.
us how you can use an angle of, what was it? 0.5 millirads?
4.5, I think it was.
Yeah, 4.5.
That's what I said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone that has seen my videos knows that I can do geometry.
Go.
No,
Go.
listen,
Okay, show us.
4.5 millirads
Listen, anyone
is
that
what
has seen
you've
my
got.
videos,
Let's go.
Okay, I'll start again when you're quiet.
We're waiting for you.
Right.
Come on, you've got
Anyone
everyone
that
here to teach. Look at all the people in the Discord. Come on, share your screen. Show us how you do it.
Anyone that has
Stop
seen my
stalling.
videos,
Stop stalling. Well, we haven't. So show us.
I've not seen
We're
your
all here
videos.
now.
Please show us.
everyone
We're
that
supposed
has
to be
seen my
talking about this. We're
Yeah,
supposed to
and
be
I'll-
having a. So it's up to you to support your claim. So
I
go
know you're
ahead.
trying to derail it, Paige. I know that you're trying to derail it. All right.
No, I'm
so
trying to get you
anyone that
back
has
on
seen-
the rails.
Yeah, well, I'll get a sentence out in a minute. Are we ready?
Stop trying to divert from doing what he's asked you to do. You've made a claim, so now
I've asked him
support
to do
it.
Bev claims to be
It's
this
your
fucking geometrical
claim.
genius.
It's
Bev
your
claims-
Look,
claim.
Ruhif, I don't claim to be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's
you do this
impossible to do anything with just an angle. I'd never be so retarded as to come in here and claim to be able to do that. So you trying to palm it off as though you can pass it on. So please show us your massive intellect and show us what you do with an angle. Surely you've stalled for long enough for someone like Rumpus or somebody to write you up something.
Does anyone mind if I record this? Does anyone mind if I record this?
Go on, please do.
All right, hang on. Get OBS up.
Yes, by all means, record it.
Thank you. All right, Bev, if I gave you the radius of the Earth and the elevation, can you work out an angle below eye level that you would predict?
This doesn't sound like you explaining to us.
So that's
how
how
you
you
use
teach
an
a
angle.
class, is it? If he was a teacher, he'd come into class and go, "Can you show me how to do this, kids?"
Yeah. Can I please record
Well done.
this? Right, Ruhif. Can you please back your claim of you being able to do something with an angle that you've
We're all sitting waiting.
pulled out of your arse out of an auto level?
Is that
A device that isn't meant for measuring angles, but you've got one anyway. So please show us what you do with
Just
that
assume
angle.
we're all geometry illiterates. Yep, you can go ahead and assume that. Ruhif, show us what you said you can do.
Yeah, as soon as
Not
Bev
what
says
Bev said he could do,
it.
what you said you could do.
I will say it again. Yes. You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You cannot do anything with an angle.
Right, so the
Okay.
question is...
Now, please, Ruhif, sort your problem out.
Right, as soon as you answer the question, I can go and draw it and show you. It'll take me a few minutes, but I'll do it. Right, I want to hear you say, I am incapable of doing this geometry. Bev, can you predict the angle down to the horizon
Grow
if I
the
give
fuck
you an
up
elevation?
and just support your claim.
As soon as Bev
My
says he
God,
can't
you're
do it, I'll
acting
start
like
drawing.
an absolute retard at the moment. This is your claim. You need to support it. Stop asking Bev for shit and just get on with it.
When Bev answers the question that he cannot do
Oh
it,
my
then I'll do
God.
it.
How old are you? 12?
42.
Stop swinging your dick around then and just get on with supporting your claim.
Right, come on.
Who gives a fuck what
Let
Bev
us
thinks
hear
he
it,
can
Paige.
and what you think he can
Let's
do?
hear his question and see if it resembles anything like what he initially started with.
Right, so my question is, if I told you the radius of an Earth is 6,371 kilometers...
Is that your auto level in your mate's back room?
It will be, yes. All right.
Right, so that's what you started off with, right? Is that, yeah?
This is a geometry question, Bev.
No. This is what you did with your auto level, and we are relating it to the angle that you generated. Right. Okay, so this is your auto level in that place, right? So we are getting what you starting with. What's your start?
Say again?
What's the start of your geometry question?
The geometry question, if the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers, and if I am at 76 meters elevation, what is the predicted angle to the horizon?
The horizon on a circle.
Yeah, you can model it with a circle. That's fine.
That's impossible.
That's impossible. Excellent. So you acknowledge that you cannot do it.
No, I acknowledge that the horizon is a straight line because it is parallel with horizontal.
What is the angle?
You've just generated a circle.
Oh, Jesus, this is not hard.
So are you putting a distance to the horizon?
No,
little
I've
calculation.
just got an angle. Just got an angle.
You've just got an angle, okay. Oh, and a radius. Where did you get the radius from?
It's my model. My model says the radius is this.
But you've just got an angle.
Yeah, that begs the question. Because they know it's a globe, so...
No, you not only have you generated an angle from a device that isn't meant for measuring angles, you've also generated a massive spherical object from somewhere.
Yep.
If the Earth is a globe with this radius, and if you are at 76 meters elevation,
then the surface of liquid water must curve.
Yes, Can you predict the angle down to the horizon?
I can't. I don't predict things. I'm not.
Yeah,
not a.
yeah.
Not a. I haven't got no crystal ball.
Can you do the geometry to work it out?
Could I
What
do?
else?
Could
What
I
else
do
is your
the
model?
fictitious
Yeah, can you do it?
imaginometry to do it? I could do. Yeah.
Okay, so let's ignore
No.
the
Why would you want to do fictitious geometry?
Yeah.
Then let's just do a
What
pure
else?
geometry
Yeah,
problem.
what else is your geometry predict, Ruhif?
It's 4:30 in the morning, Ruhif. I'd rather not. Can you please show us what you do with your angle?
As soon as you tell me that you are incapable of doing it yourself.
Oh, he
Fucking hell,
just
David.
did. He just went through
Not
it, Ruhif,
angle.
for fuck's sake.
Model.
Stop
the model.
stalling.
Just the model,
Bev.
Bev, right?
Oh, fucking, you are such an arrogant prick, Ruhif.
Fuck off, Paige. If I draw you a circle,
Just
Bev,
support your claims. Stop asking Bev to do shit
Draw
for
me a
you.
circle. I feel so special.
all right. So if I draw you a circle and the radius is 6,371,
Where did you get that from? You've got an angle.
It's just a circle.
Did
I'm
you
just drawing a
you
circle.
generate that circle from your angle that you measured?
I would love it if Ruhif could not say the word if. Like, if I draw you a circle,
Yeah, well,
or
I'm
if
making
I
a
do
prediction.
this, or if my prediction, or if, I was right.
Let me draw it.
Hey,
Let me draw it.
come
Hold on.
Come on, Ruhif. Just
Let me draw it.
be direct.
Your
straight,
angle,
horizontal,
Ruhif, please. What are you doing with your angle?
Yeah, I've told you that many times, Bev, that you know what I'm doing with it.
I don't know yet. If
I'm
anybody
making a
here could inform me of what Ruhif's doing with his angle, please.
Yeah,
He's using the word if. That's what he's doing, Bev. He's like, if I had an angle, if I did this, if I did that.
Hang on. All right, hang on. I'm just drawing.
Ooh, that sounded like Fight the Flat Earth.
Hang on.
It's a nervous thing that he does, his tells.
It's a dead air filling. Yeah. How do I?
Little tick.
Yeah, like Rumpus when he has to tell us every little step he's doing along the way.
Exactly.
Tick, tick, and then do, and then I have to do this, and then do.
Yeah, that's nervous, that,
Yeah, that makes
nervous.
sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't want you talking.
Because they
I'll
have
share
to
my
fill
screen.
the space, right? They have to fill the space.
Yeah, he's got to fill the space so we can't, say anything.
Can someone tell me how to share the screen?
Click share
There's a
screen.
button with screen
where
at
is
the
it?
bottom.
Oh, all right. Share screen.
I'll quit me.
There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Are you capable of predicting that or calculating that angle X?
Predicting or calculating.
Yeah. Can you calculate the angle X? Are you capable of calculating X?
Measured within the lens of.
No, this is a geometry problem.
On the drawing.
geometry.
On the drawing, Bev. On the drawing.
Pure geometry problem. Can you, Bev, calculate the angle X?
Can I calculate?
On the drawing.
Come on, Bev. You can do it. Come on.
Not right at this minute, no.
But you can have until tomorrow. That's fine. I'll give you till tomorrow.
No, listen, Ruhif. This is a really stupid imaginometry thing. Now, can you tell me the purpose for me to calculate this?
Because I want to know whether you're capable of doing the geometry. I will give you until tomorrow.
What you did, right? You didn't calculate that. You said you measured it.
My measurement is to be compared to my
Listen how
calculation.
squeaky that voice got. Hey, it.
Anyway, Bev, I'll give you 24 hours. Bev, I'll give you 24 hours to do this.
Don't be giving me time.
24 hours.
I can't do anything with your
Deadline. We have a deadline. We have a deadline.
Paige,
Oh, that has to be the funniest thing I've heard in like a week. You can go fuck yourself, Ruth, you arrogant bastard. My God.
Paige, I'll give you $200.
Right. So
if you were here, seriously, mate, I'd just whack you upside the head. What the fuck are you on about?
What are you
You're telling me I've got
doing
24 hours?
with that angle?
I'm comparing it to a measurement.
What are you doing with that angle?
I'm comparing it
And
to measurement.
what are you doing with it?
If it matches my prediction, it
right.
gives
So
credence to the
you've
Earth
got
being
an
a globe.
angle, and you're going to go, ooh, I think I might predict 4.5 millirads. Would that sound okay?
Hang on. Back a minute.
Could I have just a guess?
Hang on. Give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Is that to calculate it or just to have a guess?
Ruhif threw down the gauntlet.
It's to
you
try and
have
fix
24 hours,
something
otherwise the Earth explodes.
Really weird.
No, he's got 24 hours to show that he can actually do geometry. Anyway, give me 2 minutes while I fix this computer.
Actually do geometry. What's he talking about?
He's not doing jump. Oh my God.
I don't know if he knows what geometry is.
Almost there, buddy.
I'm pretty convinced he doesn't by now.
Is there some sort of progress bar or something?
Maybe come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruhif, hot mic.
No.
Ruhif.
I don't have a hot mic
doing it
because
on
I'm turning
purpose.
off that. Sorry, can you hear me talking to my son?
Yeah.
I thought I
That's
turned
why he
the
told
mic
you
off.
you had a hot mic.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hot mic. Yes, he did. He
No, I
had a
didn't
hot
say that.
mic.
Really?
Yes.
I've got a mute
Why
button.
would somebody tell you you've got a hot mic?
Okay, so
We're not
just
into
to be-
lying to people around here.
No, I know, but I mean, I've got a hang on. Which microphone do I have?
Yeah, but he just assumed we weren't telling the truth for some reason.
Output device, input device.
Aha. All right. I'm going to start talking and then go quiet.
That
Did that
sounds
work?
better. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So my input was wrong. Right. Yeah. So I'll give you 24 hours to do.
Have you stalled for long enough yet? What is 4.5 millirads a good one?
Yeah. I'll give you 24 hours, Bev. To
4.5 millirads a good guess, estimate. Yeah. I'll just have a guess. Now,
He's just done it for you. There you go, Ruhif. So now your turn.
No.
Well, what do we do with that? What was your prediction?
All you needed was a prediction. Yours was 4.5, so his is too. There you go.
Yeah.
Done.
And just
He did it. He just did it.
Ruhif 24 hours, right? Just out of
I was giving 12.
No, he was going to show us now. What's he doing? Yeah,
I know.
You just predicted.
We're never going to get it out of him now. He's stalled and stalled and stalled forever. He's never going to support his claim ever.
Hang on. Fuck, how do I stop sharing my screen now?
He's full of bluster and hot air and no actual substance.
Like I said, Paige, anyone that's seen any of my videos knows that I can do geometry.
You're here now, Ruhif. We're all here now. We're having class right now.
I want to know
so,
how many of you
come
guys
on, support your claim.
Yeah, you guys are talking about.
It doesn't matter what we can or can't do, Ruhif. This is your claim. You've come in here telling us you are able to do this.
Yeah,
please show us how you are able to do this.
Paige, relax. You guys tell us.
No, I agree with Paige.
You have stalled and stalled and stalled.
You tested Bev. You've tested the whole panel.
Has Bev said he cannot do it?
What have you shown?
You're pathetic, Ruhif. Absolutely pathetic.
You've shown us, Ruhif, that you cannot do it. You are full of shite. Everyone knows it. They can all hear you stalling. They're stalling from giving the answer that should be really simple. but you can't do it.
And that's why I want a soundbite from you saying I'm incapable of doing this.
You are incapable of doing it, Ruhif.
You've demonstrated you are incapable because you're not doing it. Instead of just getting your screen share out and doing it, you are literally demonstrating you can't do it.
And
You're
he's
too
given us the
concerned with
soundbite
what
that he's so
Bev can or can't do.
You guys are telling us the geometry of the Earth, yet cannot do simple
No,
geometry.
you are telling us.
You can't do it, Bev. I know you can't do it.
No. PhD
So
Tony.
what? You're making the claim.
PhD Tony told us that Euclidean geometry is called flat Earth geometry. Now, is that what you think when you say we are giving you the geometry of the Earth? Is that what you think we're doing?
No. You are telling me what the geometry of the Earth is.
No.
You are saying it's flat. Is that correct?
Pardon?
Are you a flat earther?
No. Do you not know me, Ruhif? What are you doing?
People say that you're this. Flat earthers say you're.
People say loads of shit about me, and guess what? Not most of it is probably not true, right?
Right.
One of the things that people have said to me for years, Ruhif, is I am a flat earther. Now, every time I've had to say it's not 100% not flat. I can measure a vertical change in elevation. Therefore, the Earth, the land we are on, is measured as 3-dimensional, i.e., not 2-dimensional flat.
All right.
But, however, Ruhif, finished. However, the water level is horizontal. I can prove it.
Hang on.
So, no, I am not a flat earther. I just live in reality.
All right.
Bev, when you did your
Are you capable of doing this geometry problem? Yes or no?
Bev can prove some things. Ruhif, what can you prove?
Yeah. I just want to ask a question.
Get fucked, Ruhif. You're not getting your fucking soundbite. Just fuck off.
All right, so he can't
Get
do it.
fucked.
Give you 24 hours.
Get fucked.
Right.
You're not having your soundbite. You slimy piece of shit. Just get fucked. You said you didn't have time, so off you go. Off you go.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
Tomorrow. Coming back. That'll be good.
Oh, that shits me. Just wanting a fucking soundbite. The scummy fucking turd.
He's wrecked.
Bev, is your 100-meter thing that you did, is that on your channel? Try thinking.
No, because I was out there doing it. Somebody else will have recorded it, but I don't know. We're going to be doing it again anyway, so
all right.
You can be there for the next one when we do it.
Oh, I don't think I could tell him. I would watch it, definitely.
So, it's just us messing about. Yeah, Ruhif is wrecked because, as everyone can see there, right? I'll explain it to you. The outline of what he just did. He had an angle.
Sure. It means I'm still here, though.
Absolutely nothing. An angle. In order to measure and do anything with geometry, you need a triangle. It's the only shape you predict angles and distances and sides of is a triangle, mainly a right-angled triangle. That's why the relationship between horizontal and vertical are needed so much for whenever you make this triangle. Now, in order to make a triangle, it has 3 angles, and one of them is usually 90, which helps you with trigonometry and Pythagorean theorem. But you normally have to know a length of the side and an angle, and the other one has to be a 90 degrees usually. But so knowing that you have one angle doesn't help you at all.
You're saying that I couldn't just, assume vertical, right? Assume vertical, and then choose an arbitrary point out to my horizontal, an arbitrary point.
The device that he had was the horizontal.
Triangle. You're saying I couldn't do that, right?
So the device he had,
Yes,
auto level, right, is the device that he said he could measure an angle. Now you can't. So all he's got is a device with a horizontal line in. Now he says he can generate an angle from the stadia hairs. So that's it. That's the angle he has got. Now, what do you do with that? Ask yourself. What could you do with that angle?
It's all bullshit because looking through stadia hairs and shit, optics and stuff, you're never going to get a horizontal. First of all, a direct horizontal. It depends on conditions and all that stuff.
You do get a horizontal.
Well, if you've only got that, if you've only got an angle, you can't do anything at all with it unless you do something else, like assume a radius or.
No, you can't do anything with it at all.
Yeah,
Nothing.
can't do anything with an angle.
Bev, what I'm saying though is when you look through an optic, you're that horizontal that we think is supposed to be right angle triangle, right? Vertical, horizontal.
No, it's just a horizontal.
Once I put my eye up to that optic, right, it could be set perfectly horizontal and level.
It would be.
It could be. Once I put my eye up to it. What? Yeah, it is. It is set that way. But once I put my eye up to it, there we go. You have optical. No, I'm not talking about looking off in the distance or anything. I'm just saying once you put. What if I was wearing glasses and then I look through the transit, right? Like there's so many factors.
You'd see the horizontal crosshairs, and you would measure a distance.
And you have a story pole, and then you can read the number, then it's accurate. That I don't get. The crosshairs are not in a different place. It's the objects in the distance that are in a different place. That's why you can't use it over distance.
Well, due to what, Rakia? Why are the
due to atmospheric conditions? But the crosshairs are not. The crosshairs are exactly horizontal.
I get you.
That's what the tool does. I don't get the dilemma here. Like, either we're talking past
Rumpus
each other,
and all of that have told him about a margin of error. You can't really tell, and you've got to be a bit vague and all of that. It's like, no. People who work with this shit want to be precise. And not just like, if you can be a millimeter accurate, your mate's going to want to be fucking half a millimeter accurate. That's what it's like in this fucking business.
Rocky, I have a small idea. Yes, I use all the equipment you use every single day or, from day to day. Okay, I get it. Local scale, it works perfect. Love it. Now, Rocky, I want you to imagine that perspective drawing where all the lines are coming down and up. And
no,
that
stop.
Line.
Imagine
just
nothing.
Imagine this, okay?
No, I'm not wasting my time with you imagining. No.
You have to.
No, I don't. I promise you I don't.
Why?
I promise you I don't. No, I don't do an imagination. Because I deal in reality.
Okay.
Period.
Well,
you want to talk about that?
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Let me rephrase the question. You know those perspective line, that drawing that comes down, right, with all the angles coming down to that horizontal line, and there's lines coming up. It goes to a singular point. Do you know that drawing? Don't imagine it, but you've seen that.
Yes.
Perspective. Okay. Now. Imagine this, Rakia, and I'm gonna say this. Hold on. Now, if I had my auto level or my fucking transit right down on the ground, right at that drawing, 5 feet away, 10 feet away, 100 feet away, 100 yards away, right? I could zoom right into that focal point. Okay. Now, if I raise my transit, right, the stadia doesn't give a fuck about perspective, right? It's gonna shoot higher. The stadia is always gonna shoot higher. It doesn't give a fuck about perspective lines like the drawing in the background. Okay, it's gonna shoot a little bit higher, even though it's perfectly level, perfect transit, perfect horizontal. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Do you kind of follow me there? So if I even stand up 5 feet and I zoom in with my fucking transit.
Yeah, your horizontal is going to be 5. If you're over water, your horizontal line that you created is going to be 5 foot above the water. Until you get to a distance where it's inaccurate.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what they call curvature.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't need to talk about anything else. There is no imagination in that. And guess what? If you put a stake at that mark, at where your level is, and where we're over the 500 feet away, and then you take a water level, just a tube filled with water with no air pockets, and you put it on those 2 marks, guess where the water's going to be? Exactly horizontal with those 2 marks.
Exactly.
Water levels are way more accurate than theodolites because they don't deal with any atmospheric conditions except for heat. Now, extreme heat changes will make them off, but not very much. Like, I doubt you could even measure it. It's just basically in theory. I mean, you could heat a section of the tube and it might, create pressure and all that, but it's not much. Especially if you're using a long distance tube. It's going to equalize, even the heat is going to equalize it's going to disperse through the water. It is so accurate. That's what they base everything on. I mean, come on, man. This is just, this is mind control is what it is. This is childish. I can't believe that I was tricked by it, right? I really wasn't tricked. I just never thought about it. I didn't care, just like everybody else. Now that I care and think about it, it's easy. But all that BS about you wanting to, play a glober or teach us how they're going to come at us and all that, that's just a waste of time, man. You don't think we're smart enough to know all those tricks? We're way ahead of that, man. It's just a waste of time when you do that.
Well, I can already see through the water level, just on a local scale. You can see through it. Right.
I'm telling you straight up, we could have talked about so many more important things than all your BS earlier. It's aggravating.
I was muted for like 2 hours.
I know, but I'm talking about when you weren't muted for that hour and you talked and talked and talked about nothing, playing like a glober, coming at us like you're a glober. Nonsense, man. We're way
Why? Because I would love to have Bev's experiment, extended out over distance.
Because we are way beyond that. It was a waste of time. I told you back then. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, it's a bullshitter. It's totally stupid, man.
I mean, you call it an experiment, but you haven't even got a clue what the experiment is. Observe phenomena, please. Go on, have a go at the observed phenomena. What do you reckon?
What's the? If it's not an experiment, what is it? Or
I asked you if you called it an experiment. What is the observed phenomena, please?
From a water level?
Yeah, you're coming at it from a baller. You've just said it's an experiment. Please tell me what the experiment is.
That was my question. How do you observe a water level? How do you observe it?
Well, naturally observed phenomena, please. What do you reckon? Give us a guess.
Point to point?
Give us a guess. We're trying to make it into an experiment. Naturally observed phenomena, please.
Yeah. You never observe that.
What do you see?
You never observe a water level.
What do you see?
Tell me when and where.
Naturally observed phenomena. Oh, look, I see water level. Oh, look, that is a naturally observed phenomena.
Aaron,
My God, this might actually be an
I don't see
experiment.
water levels existing in nature. I don't see.
You've never seen a lake?
Okay, now you're talking about natural phenomenon.
Yeah, just what he asked you.
Phenomenon
Natural
or something.
phenomena observed,
Come on,
please.
dude.
Natural observed phenomena observed, please. You know, natural science, water level.
I saw water when I went to a lake.
Okay, brilliant. Go. Well done. Right, now let's have a go. Dependent variable? Independent variable. What can we do?
Make a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, go on.
Should this water curve or not curve?
It establishes a level.
What?
It establishes a level, does it? Can we test? Can we test whether that level? Can we test whether that level is straight or curved?
They're gonna tear you apart. That's all.
Can we test? I'm asking you, Aaron. Can we test whether that level is straight or curved? Do you think it's possible?
Hold on. You asked me for an observed phenomenon. I said, I walked up to a lake.
Water level. Yeah, we've seen water level. Brilliant. That's step one. Done.
I see water, is what I said. I see water.
Okay, the naturally observed phenomena.
No
tubes, so now we're after independent and dependent variable. Let's just work through it. Let's just spitball this shit.
Yeah, I already told you what the dependent variable was.
Science this shit.
What's the independent variable? When I walk
we could try altering a height, couldn't we?
How am I gonna?
Would that be classed as a thing? What about? Could we add or subtract water from the water level and see whether that has an effect? Could we add water to one end and time how long it takes for the other end?
No water level. Anybody can walk up to a lake with no water level.
I think we could. We might be able to do this, Aaron. It's looking much better. Do you think we might be able to add a bit in the middle and check whether the pressure reaches an equilibrium at a certain point?
Now you're talking. So
yeah, there's loads of stuff we can do. This is proper science. The shit out of this shit, right? So again, do you think we might be able to actually make this into an experiment?
I would help. I would donate.
Do you think hydrostatics might be able to prove?
We're not going to do it. But we're not going to do it on a small scale of 100 yards or 300 yards.
Aaron,
it's going to have to be over a long.
See how you're just talking through right now, Aaron? You see what you're doing here, Aaron? You just want to hear yourself talk and waste time, don't you? I don't get it, man. Are you drinking?
You don't actually sound like you want to help here, Aaron.
Yeah, it's just talking.
Like, why are you doing that? We're doing some actual spitballing science here. We're seeing whether we might be able to do something. What do you reckon?
Spitballing? You just told me about the scientific method, right? And then you say...
did I just teach you about the scientific method then?
You questioned me about it.
No, yeah, we're trying to work out. Do you think, now, the question is, do you think there might be a way for us to use hydrostatic pressure and the equilibrium reached by the water level at that zero pressure state in order to help us decide whether water can sustain itself under weight with a hump in the middle? In order to determine whether level is a straight line or a curved line.
That would be a great test.
Right. Do you think we might be able to do it with geometry as well?
It would be a great test.
Because like some of the baller top surveyors, some of the ballers top surveyors say it is measurable, Aaron. So it could be done with geometry, and it could also be done with science and science testing, Aaron. Now, how many of your friends do you reckon you could get involved in this? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited.
Do you think there might be a way for us to actually prove whether level is a straight line or a curved line?
How much do you think it'll cost?
Do you think there might be a way for us to determine whether level is a straight line or a curved line using whatever methods, geometry, or maybe the pressure test like we were just explaining earlier, or some science? Do you think we can tell whether a line is straight or curved?
Geometry is a calculation, isn't it? Always.
Measurement.
And always has been. Right?
Measurement.
It's a calculation.
Line and
Answer
form.
the
That is
question.
where we get proofs from.
Okay, I'll answer the question. Yeah, yes, I got lots of friends that would like to support the cause here.
No, that is not what I asked. I don't want a cause. I'm asking you, do you think it is possible for us? Do you think it's possible for us to tell whether a line is a straight line or a curved line using mathematics, geometry, or science?
Calculations or calculation? Which one? Right? Mathematics, geometry, which are calculations, or science, which is calculations. And both of you guys are both going to
answer the question. You're worse through here.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. You can't do it.
What?
You can't tell whether a line is straight or curved.
You can't tell if a line is straight or curved. You're kidding me, Aaron.
Bev, you can't do it.
You're done. You're done.
What the fuck?
Gone.
Aaron, your mentor, the main surveyor, said you could establish a horizontal line over a mile.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do it because he's not my mentor, right? You just
Yeah, apparently he is.
Okay, well, he said you can. I'm saying you can't. Okay?
Globehead.
You can't tell the difference between a straight and a curved line.
Yeah, he can't.
It depends.
He couldn't even work out a way for you to find out whether it is or not.
Globehead.
Yeah. Wow. Look
Yeah,
at the
for
length
sure.
we've come
My
to
God.
now, right? We've got Ruhif making angles.
Flush them out.
On the bandwagon, everybody. Everybody jump on the
Yeah,
bandwagon.
flush them
Here's a
out.
fucking globe.
Flush them out.
All I'm saying is no, you cannot, Bev. There's no way for us, even throw as much money at it as we want, to prove a straight
Nobody
line.
said anything about the money, man.
Oh my God, Aaron, have another drink, mate. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
he's wasted. Yeah, I'm about to ban
It's a
him.
straight line.
Bev
Like,
said,
wow,
ask for
a
money.
kindergartner
I didn't say
could do
that,
it.
you guys. Why are you guys putting Paige? Be careful.
It was a simple question.
never
Can you
said
tell the
that,
difference between
okay?
a straight line and a curved line?
Whiz.
You said no.
Okay. I said
That
no.
is lunacy. That's lunacy.
Well,
to not be
then,
able to tell the
Paige,
difference
can
between
you
a straight line and a curved line.
Can you explain
Who,
how we
who's
can do
been
that?
telling you you're stupid and for how long have they been?
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
And
Bev.
have you found out over the last few days that these people have been claiming some shit that they haven't got a clue about? Every one of them have been lying to you. And how long have they been doing it for?
Bev, I know water's flat. I know the earth is flat. I understand it. I get it. However,
The earth is not. See, you're not understanding because you keep saying the earth is flat.
He's a flat earther, one of them stupid ones, right?
He's one of those stupid ones. Yeah, flat earther. Yeah.
Not
Not on the level at all. He's a flat earther trying to make flat earthers look stupid. Wow. Now I know what you're here for, Aaron. Be drunk and talk stupid shit and say Earth is flat. Make everyone think flat earthers are fucking idiots. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. Because that's what you're doing.
listen.
Yeah.
Where I
Aaron, you're not-
stand right now, I know the earth is flat. I know water's flat.
It's not.
Get it. I've used water level. Okay, listen, Paige.
You've used water levels. Since when have you used water levels?
Okay,
Hey, let me tell
I
y'all.
raised the foundation on my dad.
Let me tell y'all real quick. He is only winding you up on purpose. He's done it to me many times. He doesn't mean anything by it. He just thinks it's funny.
Think anything's
He's making himself look like a retard, though. Really.
Yeah, alcohol. My dad used to be like this, would just say shit because he thought it was funny and rile everyone up while he was
It
drunk.
makes him look
and then the next day he
stupid,
wouldn't
though.
remember it. Yeah,
Dude.
it does. Yeah.
Straight lines, you don't know
They'll do
whether
it
a
again the
straight
next
line
day.
or a curved line.
I get it, Bev. I watched all you on Cleary. I watched everything, all your geometry exposés there on Cleary's channel. I've watched them. I
And
love
you've
it.
come out
It's
of
good
it at the
stuff.
other end by being able to say that you can't tell whether it's a straight line or a curved line.
I'm not sure I said that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
What? When did I say that? Or don't need to go there, right? I don't want to go. He said, she said. What do you mean?
Like, seriously, dude.
So you're saying
you
that
forgot that you've just said
the
that.
question. That was the question that was asked. Can you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line? And you said no. That was literally the whole point of the conversation.
No. I never said
Oh,
Yeah,
dude. Yes,
that's
you
what we
did.
asked you.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
this is recorded,
Dude.
and you have
Yeah,
said
it's
that.
recorded.
You've
Yep.
said some
Okay,
pretty
Here you go.
stupid
Now
shit,
with your
dude.
flat earther fucking rumpus pile, right? You're gonna say that I said this, I said that.
Yeah, you did. You said you were a flat earther.
Bev, fucking Cleary. You think I don't know the difference between the straight line and the curved line? I'm the one asking you, Bev, about point-to-point straight lines, right? In the beginning, back,
Why did you say you can't tell the difference then?
I might have been saying no to somebody else, right? I don't know what.
No, I think you were only
weren't
talking
actually
to me,
listening
dude. Jeez.
to what we were saying.
I'm gonna go to bed and go and get some
Yeah,
sleep. This dude
good night, Bev.
is
This has
a
gone real
muppet.
bad.
I don't think I'll be talking
So
to
let's
you
just
again,
let's
Aaron.
just make it clear
You're
for
obviously a
Brandon's-
drunk
Let's just make
that
it clear
can't
for
remember
Brandon's
what he's
channel
saying.
that the Aaron doesn't
really
know
be
the difference
talking
between
to
a
people.
straight line and a curved line, according to Bev and
We'll
Paige.
see you tomorrow.
That's it, right?
You're around, Bev.
Yeah, go
See you
ahead.
later,
Go ahead.
dudes.
Run your rhetoric.
Good night,
right
Dale.
there. Go
All right, see you, Bev. Sorry, I muted that fool.
Too bad.
Should have muted him a minute ago.
And the curved
Hey,
line.
Aaron, let's give Aaron a chance to clear up the misunderstanding here, if there is one. And just to state your position, give you as much time as you want. Just state your position, because I think you might have got railroaded there a little bit. So go ahead.
Just a tad. Yeah, just a tad. Only because I was not opposing Bev at all. I was just questioning the water level. That's all. And then got bombarded with questions. And maybe somewhere in there, somebody said, "Does Aaron believe a straight line is curved?" And I might have been like, "No," or "Yes," I said. I might, just answering another question. But of course, you guys know that I know a straight line is straight, point to point. I get it. And not curved. So, thanks, Brandon.
Hi, everybody.
Then it would have been real easy when he said, "Do you know the difference between a straight line and a curved line?" You should have said yes.
I might have
And it
been
wouldn't-
railroaded,
everything-
like Brandon said. Of course, Paige, I would say yes. A straight line is straight. It's not
Well,
curved.
I thought you would, but you said no. So then I got confused, thinking, why would you say no?
Again, you're not listening. I might have been railroaded with another question where somebody said
Sweetheart,
something
I
weird and I said
listened
no.
to what you said. You said something wrong because you weren't listening. But I actually listened to what you actually said. But you might have said the wrong thing because you weren't listening, not me.
Aaron, it's okay.
Okay?
I know you do.
Yeah, it's
that.
okay.
I've been
Just
around-
don't tell me I wasn't listening.
Okay.
I've been around
I'm not
you
gonna-
a lot, and Travis. I know what you do, man. It's no big deal. It's just a little game you play.
I play games.
You do play that game.
Yeah, you did
What
it with
game
me a
is it?
while ago, remember?
Exactly, so I can tune into it and
You play
focus on that.
You play
game.
Globehead. That's what you do. It's funny. It doesn't bother me.
I
Just
play
what you do.
Globehead.
Yeah, you do.
What's
I don't know
what
if you don't
statement?
realize it or what.
What statement did I make today that you can claim that
The
Aaron's
Globeheads would argue, blah, 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 is what you usually say.
No,
But
blah,
the
blah, blah,
Globeheads
blah.
would,
That's not
but
a
the
statement.
ballers would say, blah, 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 wouldn't they? That's what you always do. So yeah, you do put on the baller hat.
Yeah, I love defending my flat Earth. Right?
Yeah, it's
The
not
ballers might
bad
say-
necessarily a bad thing.
Aaron, just listen to it back later and you'll go, damn. Like, listen to it sober and you'll be like, damn, I was really like playing the Globehead, yeah. Nobody
what
wants
if
to
I
hear
listen
that.
to it drunk again, dude? What if I did
Nobody
that?
wants to hear it anymore. We've all heard it. You're not telling us anything. You're like, you don't understand. Yeah, we've heard all that shit. You don't have to say that.
Would you like to kick me out of Brandon's channel so I never come back?
I never kicked
What? What's it gone to that for?
No, because that's what you're doing. You guys are like pushing out. Pushing out.
Don't be silly, Aaron. Oh, do you want a hug, darling? Poor little thing.
You still love me then, right? So you understand that I didn't say bad things about the flat Earth. I didn't say bad things about flat
Yeah,
Earth.
it's not flat,
right?
dude.
I did not support the globe at all, did I?
I was
Ever.
trying to explain that to everyone.
All right, Aaron.
That's what you like to do. You're not.
Come
you're
on,
not a
Melly, I'm going to
Glober.
feed my cat.
I was the one that asked Bev. It's about 2.5 hours ago. Point to point on this water level. That's, what is that, right? We had a little back and forth. Yeah, I got lost, and Right the Hand was there, and Lemon was there. Everybody was there. But I was talking about point to point, which is a straight line. I understand straight lines. I never said anything about curve at all.
Honestly, I really didn't pay much attention to what you said, but they got riled up, so I figured you were just trying to play Globehead with them.
I would just like to better our experimental flat earthers like Bev and you, Cleary, and all the other folks out there. Just about little pinpoints of what are they going to say? Because we can't just present evidence like, oh, water levels prove it's flat. You just can't do that, right? You just can't throw that out there, right? No scientific journal's going to pick it up. Nobody's going to pick it up. But, if we refine it with ourselves, with this conversation, which is not an echo chamber, right? Then it gets better and better and better. Right?
How would you establish a horizontal line, Aaron?
If, for my means, what I do, I would use the laser.
You'd be fucked.
I'm not fucked. I've been spot on with the laser up to 100 yards every single time within an 1/8 inch.
But how do you know that that's horizontal, though?
I trust the calibration of the machine called the Bosch. It's German.
Yeah, it measures a drop within that distance of the laser.
No.
This
No,
is
no.
it. This is how
I
big
don't-
we can go with
No.
this.
No,
Oh,
no.
yeah. Go ask Jaron about it.
How would you verify that horizontal line from your Bosch level is horizontal, Aaron? How would you go about verifying it?
Horizontal to what, Benson?
This horizontal is a right.
No.
Tilt
Hold
your
on, Claire.
tilt your head to the right, and get
Hold
on the
on, Claire.
bicycle. Are you
Hold
there?
on, Claire. Yeah. Horizontal to what, Benson?
Oh, you want to change? You don't want to hear me? Okay.
Go,
No,
Cleary.
I do,
Sorry.
but not Kit. It's not Cleary. Who is that?
Go, Cleary. Sorry, I overtalked you.
Oh, it was Cleary. But Cleary or Bandsaw, horizontal, I shoot the laser out, and Bandsaw asked me, how would you verify that that's horizontal? That's what Bandsaw asked me. Right, Bandsaw? Pretty good?
Yes. Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
and so I asked you, horizontal to what?
I just want a horizontal line. That's all I want.
But where's my standard? What's my reference? What
Your
do you mean?
standard is within you. Your standard, your equilibrium is within your ears, within your eyes. Like I said, get on a bicycle, tilt your head to the right, and try to ride that bike. You're gonna fall over. That's your horizontal. That's
I agree.
what it is.
I agree.
Is there more than one horizontal? Is there?
Who are you asking?
You.
Well,
I just want a.
From
Just
my
one.
reference
Just
point,
one.
or what?
Yeah,
From your
I
reference
just
point?
want one horizontal line. I don't care the elevation. I just want one horizontal line. That's it.
Do you want me to establish your horizontal, or do you want me in this question? Do you want me to establish my horizontal? Which one?
Or there's two different horizontals, is there?
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I asked you. Is there two different ones?
You said you just want a horizontal line to be established.
That's right.
So I asked
Yeah,
you,
that's right.
do you want me to establish your horizontal or my horizontal?
And I asked you, is there two different horizontals?
How? Tell where what is, how do I get horizontal? What is my, damn it, I just asked the perfect question like 3 minutes ago. According to what? Right? Horizontal according to what?
I told you already. You know what horizontal is from inside of you.
Of course I do.
Yeah, so shut up.
Okay. So when Banzo asked me he wants a horizontal, either from me or him, I said, according to what? What is the standard? Where do I get that horizontal? Is it me? So I know Bansaw's horizontal. Like I'm inside his head. I'm inside his ears. I'm inside his fucking mind. No.
So then
And
I
asked you, is there more than one horizontal? Because you said, was it your horizontal or was it my horizontal? My question to you, is there two different horizontals? Are you thinking of two different ones? Because I didn't know I had a choice.
First of all,
Bansaw,
we're trying to.
So you're confusing me. You're confusing me because I didn't know I had a choice. Now you're giving me a choice if it's going to be my horizontal or your horizontal. So I want to know what's the difference between your horizontal and my horizontal, if there is a difference.
First of all, we're trying to figure out what is horizontal. Like, what is the baseline for it? That how you and I know wherever you are and wherever I am, if they could be horizontal, and then I know the next word's going to be parallel or straight, right? Yours and mine, right? But how do I judge that? What is horizontal versus what?
That's what I'm asking. I just wanted you to draw me a horizontal line. That's it.
You didn't ask me to draw one. I'll draw one.
All right. In thin air, just draw a line from point A to point B, a horizontal line.
Okay.
Get your permanent marker out and draw one across. All right. How would you do that? How would you do it?
Well, you told me to imagine it and throw a marker out and draw a horizontal line from point A to point B. That's
Well,
what
you can get a straight edge and actually do it for real, and you can put up a horizontal line if you wanted to do
What
it.
do you
But I
mean
was
a
trying to
straight
make
edge? You take a straight edge into reality and be like,
So
yeah,
you know what a horizontal line is, then.
This is what makes.
You just drew it.
Come on, Benza. Right the handle, I fucking have your neck right now. If you
how? Why? Well, because he doesn't know what a
you can't
straight
take
edge
a
is.
straight edge out into reality and be like, "Yep, that's horizontal." Because I
It
brought
depends.
out
That would
something from
depend,
reality
wouldn't
and
it?
said, and held
That
it
would
up and said,
depend,
"Yep,
right?
that's reality."
Now, if I was using your horizontal, right, it might not be horizontal, that straight edge. I reckon if I was using my horizontal, that straight edge would be pretty much horizontal. Actually, spot
What do you
on.
mean, pretty much? I mean, you're not confident
I know.
about that?
Yeah, I just clarified it, didn't I? I just said spot on.
It just
should be spot on horizontal.
Spot on, man. And then what I'd do, I'd hang a couple of plumb bobs off each end of that straight edge.
4 feet apart. Oh my god.
No,
Science.
I generally use a 6-foot straight edge. 4-foot ones for midgets.
Those 8-foot levels are hard to deal with. Fuck them, man. How do I establish a horizontal?
I don't know.
So,
How do you?
I
use Bosch.
I was
You use
actually
Bosch.
I was repeating you. I wasn't asking you to talk. Actually, right? I was actually
Really?
repeating you.
Maybe you should have clarified it before you started. A dance or no talk. All right, I'm just going to make a statement.
Stop cutting me off, Benzo, you bastard. So how do I? Okay, well, Benzo, I'm going to ask myself a question. How do I establish?
Can you answer your own question? Can you answer it?
You won't let me interrupt myself. You won't even let me interrupt myself. What are you doing?
Why? Why won't I?
How do I establish a horizontal?
How do you? How do you?
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I would never do it just by walking out and having breakfast and eating fruit on the patio and be like, yeah, what's horizontal? I'd never think about that, right? But
Why
when
not?
you go into the
I
field,
quite often have my bacon and egg sandwich while I'm setting up my levels.
you might, but remember, Bance, I was asking myself this question.
I've got to multitask because I don't have time to stop and have breaks while I'm working. I've got to eat and work at the same time.
Hold on, I never got to the point where I was working. I was still on the fucking patio, right, eating fucking bananas and shit. And I was like, okay, now. Then
cool
I might go to work. Maybe,
a cool picture.
If it's a
Check
Monday,
out,
I might not go to work.
Hey, Aaron. Check out General. Tell me
that is a
what
cool
that
picture, mate.
Is it worth it, or should I fucking?
Yeah. Check out General. Is that horizontal and vertical? Is that perpendicular? Is that logos, logic? Is that holy symbol? Horizontal.
It could be
It's actually
a great idol.
It's actually
it could be a false idol.
Symbol. It's a great symbol. One of the best.
What does it mean? Logos?
What does it mean to you?
Logos. Logic.
No.
Geometry.
That symbol is individual. It's what it means to you, what it means to me, but we don't have to share it.
You asked me what it means to me, and I told you. You asked me, and I was telling you what it means. It's logos. It's logic. It's perpendicular. It's geometric.
I don't know. If I get a tape measure out and measure the distance between the ends of that horizontal stick there, it might be slightly off, Cleary. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to trust that.
Whatever you want to do, man. That's your choice.
Yeah, I know. Man.
Free choice.
Did I actually hear correctly the other day on Jose's show, Babs arguing a water level the way he was? That was funny. That was funny as.
I didn't
You
hear
think
it.
it's funny in what way?
Funny as in ridiculous, his argument way.
Bev, you think Bev's argument is ridiculous?
Babs.
No, Babs,
Oh,
Cleary.
Babs.
Babs. Yeah,
I was like,
Babs, yeah.
dude, I totally thought I knew you, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
See, Clary, maybe sometimes you don't hear everything correctly, right, Clary?
Oh, you said Babs. I thought you said Babs.
No, yeah. Aaron said a straight line is curved. Yeah, no, I
Sorry.
didn't. I did not say that.
I should have addressed him by his new name, wasn't it, Globehead?
Cleary's bitch. That's what I turned him into over there. Yeah. They always want to call me fat. He says, "You're fat. You're fat." I'm like, "Yeah, I used to be fat, motherfucker, but I lost 80 pounds. So what are you talking about now?"
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you are
cheers,
fat,
brother.
so
Cheers.
what? So what if you are fat? Cleary?
First of all, yeah, how the hell did you do that? That's
Keto.
the keto.
I have a keto channel on YouTube.
What do you think? Was it 6 months, 8 months? Or how long did it take? You just drop
it was
pounds?
about 8. Yeah, about 8 months, and you stop losing weight. So at that point, when you stop with keto, you got to start doing micronutrient juicing and doing a lot of cardio, and then it'll keep moving.
So what do you weigh right now? You know, at your good weight.
What do I weigh? Oh shit, dude. I'm like a former bodybuilder kind of person, so I'm like 270 pounds, but I'm like,
wow. So you were
shirt.
380 somewhere in there, right? You know, like
you
you were
I was 350.
350.
So Cleary, when you juice, do you use like a NutriBullet or do you use a proper juicer or a bit of both?
Yeah, not a bullet, a real juicer where you get all the fiber out and just get the micronutrients out of spinach or carrots or whatever you want.
Yeah.
Turnip, doesn't matter.
Ginger, all that sort of stuff. Yep.
Dude, cheers,
Not
Clary.
everything.
Yeah, cheers, Clary, for doing that, man. It takes dedication and just actually a lot of your life, right?
Actually, you know what? Keto is so easy. You can eat steak, you can eat salad, you can eat hamburgers without buns, you can eat all kinds of fat and protein, and you just drop weight. It's crazy.
So you can pretty much eat anything. Pretty much anything you want by the sounds of it. Just take out all the processed stuff.
Yeah, the way I define it is burps. BRPPS. Bread, rice, pasta, potato, sugar.
Yeah.
None of that.
It's a no-no. Yeah. How'd your muscle mass do? As you were dropping weight, did your muscle mass go up a little bit? Or?
Dude, I weigh 270 pounds. I'm only like 5'7". I mean, I'm like, I don't know what, just solid muscle.
Yeah, I know. From carrying around all that weight, right? So did you, and you fed your body actually with meats, proteins, all the the good stuff, right? So
yeah, you kill your carb addiction, and you regulate your blood sugar and insulin, and you cut down on your sugar inflammation, and shit, you're good.
Wow, you're a great story,
When you first kicked it off, Cleary, did you did your body initially go into some sort of withdrawal from the sugar and stuff?
Oh, yeah. We had the spigot bud, I called it, for about 2 weeks. Lost about 14 pounds, and all of a sudden you're like electrolyte depleted. You've got to actually literally take potassium, which is called no salt, put it in like a bottle of water, maybe squirt some lemonade in there or something.
Did you get shaky, or what are the effects of it when you feel that? Like you need, your body gets shaky, or your mind goes a little bit crazy, or not crazy, but you know what I mean, like wild, or.
Well, I can't get much crazier than I am already.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Not too crazy. You know what I mean. Like you just like fuck. You think about, I gotta have something to eat, or you just fucking start stressing for something, right?
Yeah, I'll answer if you quit asking. But you get that fluttery heart thing. If you're like laying in the bed, it's like low electrolytes. You got to have electrolytes for your heart because it's electric. Once those electrolytes get depleted, your conductivity gets narrowed, and you get that flutter. So you gotta, replenish with you can consume
boost it up.
You can get any EM, right? Sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium. They're all good.